In the remote foothills of the Emerald Mountains lay Red Brook Village, a settlement hemmed in by dense bamboo groves and a winding river that glistened like liquid jade in the sun. Willow trees angled gracefully toward the water's edge, their slender branches brushing the surface as if pleading for solace. Lanterns swung from every eave and tree branch at dusk, casting warm amber pools of light upon narrow dirt lanes where villagers carried baskets of vegetables, baskets of firewood, or small clay jars of rice wine homeward after a long day in the fields. Beneath the veneer of bucolic tranquility, however, lay a dark tradition. Any maiden found bearing a child out of wedlock was branded a river daughter and subjected to a merciless law that had haunted these streets since time immemorial. Many called it Red Brook's curse. In the earliest records, scribes spoke of a legendary ancestor who had spurned both the village elders and an influential magistrate in the imperial court. A jealous nobleman forged a cruel decree: from that day forward, any woman whose blood blossomed with child before marriage was to be shamed in public, her family stripped of all land and property, and the maiden herself subjected to a ritual of expulsion or worse. Not a single soul in Red Brook Village could recall the last time this law had been overturned. It lurked in every whispered conversation, every furtive glance. Parents warned their daughters in hushed tones, avoid even gazing at a youth too long, or risk a fate worse than death. As the sun dipped behind the mountain ridges one spring evening, a lone figure stood by the riverbank, her silhouette illuminated by fading gold. She was known as Mrs. May, the wife of Master Liang, a respected teacher who taught calligraphy and poetry beneath the old pagoda at the village's heart. May's soft voice carried as she comforted their 17-year-old daughter, Jade, whose pale cheeks glowed with feverish flush. Jade had always been described as gentle as a lotus blossom and obedient as a sparrow in flight. Yet today her wide dark eyes brimmed with terror, and her trembling hands clutched at her belly, swollen unnaturally for one so young. "What am I to do, mother?" Jade whispered, her voice barely audible above the slow current of the river. May pressed a thin embroidered handkerchief to her daughter's forehead, trying to staunch the sheen of sweat. "How can I hide this from him, from everyone? The law will take me, mother. They will drag me into the square and they will pierce my cheeks with clamps of iron. They will take my baby away, and our name will be butchered by every tongue in the village." May's heart clenched painfully as she gently guided Jade toward their modest wooden home, its paneled windows flanked by bamboo blinds. The small courtyard surrounding the house boasted a single cherry blossom tree, petals drifting like pink snowflakes in the dying light. Master Liang, engrossed in translating a poem from the capital, did not notice his daughter's expression until the low arch of May's fingers brushed against his study door. He rose instantly, seeing May's pallid face and Jade's trembling form. "What troubles you?" he asked softly, but his tone sharpened when he recognized the telltale shape of Jade's hollowed cheek and swollen belly. "Jade, you..." Before he could speak further, Jade collapsed into her mother's arms, sobbing, "Father, I am with child and the village will kill me for it." Liang's scholarly composure shattered. In that instant, he realized the impossible decision that raced before him: defy the ancient decree and risk the wrath of the magistrate's descendants, or preserve his own status and cast Jade into the merciless current that flowed beyond their gate. Still gathering his wits, Master Liang turned to Mei with narrowed eyes. You knew this. Why did you not tell me sooner? Though his voice seemed clipped, beneath lay raw pain. Mei shook her head, tears spilling down her cheeks. I watched her waste away in silence, but Jade would not speak to me until the late hour. By then, there was no time to find sanctuary beyond the valley. The road out is treacherous, and winter snows will fall soon. The three of them sat in a hush broken only by Jade's quiet weeping. Outside, the creak of bamboo shutters warned that the neighbors had heard the commotion. Within minutes, two elderly women Mrs. Lin, whose husband tended to the temple lanterns, and Aunt Wu, who boiled herbal tea for grieving families, appeared at the gate. Their eyes were wide with horror and curiosity. They exchanged glances with Master Liang, who stifled a tremor in his voice as he ushered them inside. Aunt Wu's wise old face paled. She whispered, "Is it true, Jade has?" Mei covered Jade's mouth to silence her fright, while Jade lowered her gaze in shame. "It is true," Liang admitted, his voice echoing painfully through the room. "But I will not let the village tear her apart." Silence descended as the villagers crowded into the courtyard. Mrs. Lin's lips quivered. "But Brother Liang, the decree is absolute. The village committee will not hesitate. Even the magistrate's family has representatives here. They have eyes everywhere." Aunt Wu pressed a fragile hand to Jade's shoulder, and Jade shrank away. "Tell me true," Aunt Wu said, her voice trembling. "Who is the father? Was it a traveling scholar? Did he promise to wed you?" Jade shook her head, tears blazing as she whispered, I do not know. I never saw his face clearly. He came in the dark, like a dream. Now he is gone." Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. To be riverborn yet ignorant of the father's identity infuriated many. They believed such a thing impossible, even shameful beyond imagining. Master Liang stood and raised his voice, breaking through the clamoring. "Enough," he declared, arms outstretched. "I will not deliver my daughter to the river's mercy. We will hide Jade until I find a way to prove her innocence. Allah or Buddha or none, there must be compassion." Mrs. Lin gasped, "Compassion? Do you forget the magistrate's son sits on our council? He bears my sister's family no goodwill. They will call down the soldiers if the law is obstructed." Aunt Wu laid a trembling palm on Liang's sleeve. "Perhaps we can negotiate. Offer tribute, ask for pardon. But time is short. Tomorrow they will gather at dawn." All through that moonlit night, the household buzzed with fear and swiftly laid plans. Mei packed soft blankets and herbs for childbirth. A hidden sack held 2 silver coins and a faded piece of silken cloth. Aunt Wu and Mrs. Lin confided that an old hermit healer lived near the bamboo ridge to the east. Her name was Old Song, and her compassion for widows and outcasts was legendary. If Jade could be smuggled there, Perhaps the hermit would grant sanctuary? At sunrise, the entire village seemed to stand at a distance, the air thick with anxious whispers. The river daughter's family plots treason, Master Liang climbs the pagoda, lays petitions at the magistrate's shrine. Tomorrow, punishments for the cursed. On the east side, the imperial magistrate's small banner fluttered in the breeze, reminding all that his blood still flowed through their land. Among the gathered officials, a veiled woman from the magistrate's house, Lady Mei-ling, stood as representative. She surveyed Red Brook's countryside with cold, unyielding eyes. Master Liang bowed before her privately as she stepped from her carriage. Lady Mei-ling, I beg mercy for my daughter, but Lady Mei-ling's expression was an iceberg's crest. Your daughter has violated the Emperor's edict. Blood cannot wash it away. You have until dusk to deliver her. After that, no plea will save her. Liang's clenched fists trembled, Mei's face drained of color. Jade, hidden behind the earthenware jars of their back room, watched her father's lips move as though a life-or-death bargain was being negotiated behind a wall of mourning. That evening, Mei approached Lady Mei-ling with an offering of fragrant tea and spoken prayers for mercy. Lady, Mei whispered, my husband begs you spare our Jade's life. She is but a child herself. Lady Mei-ling sniffed, contempt barely concealed. In the eyes of the law, Jade's womb is a tear in the Emperor's order. Mother and father's tears cannot repair it. Tomorrow at dawn, the ceremony will begin. With that, she turned away, her silken train rustling like a serpent's ghost in the dark. The Liang household closed its doors that night. By candlelight, they whispered fearfully of Jade's fate, each moment swelled by dread. Jade knelt on the wooden floor beside her father, tears dampening his robes as he murmured words of comfort. Hold fast, my daughter. I will not forsake you. Yet the ache in his chest was deep, for he knew that pleas to Lady Mei-ling were like shouting into a storm. Red Brook Village's ancient curse had awakened, and once more, it demanded its due. All through the night, the soft sough of bamboo leaves seemed to carry Jade's sobs toward the river, promising that when day broke, the unforgiving decree would march its soldiers to their door. The loom of dawn would bring the magistrate's men, torches blazed against the fog, to drag Jade from the arms of her family, to strip her of dignity, and to brand her as an outcast. And so the first seed of desperation took root. If the law would not bend, the family would find another path snaking through hidden forests, secret caves, under the watchful eye of the hermit old. Song, anything to keep Jade's life from becoming another tragic ripple in Red Brook's long and tormented history. Dawn's pale light filtered through the lattice windows of the Liang household, revealing the weight of under-eye shadows on Master Liang's face. He knelt beside Jade on a straw mat in the dimly lit back room, where Mei and Aunt Wu hovered, speaking in hushed tones while the rest of the village woke to a rumor of Jade's fate. Outside, the sharp clatter of wooden clogs alerted them that Lady Mei-ling's envoy had arrived at the gate, bearing the Emperor's seal and summons. Mei pressed a brittle hand over Jade's clammy forehead and stood as Aunt Wu gently lifted Jade's trembling chin. We must leave before they come to drag you away, Aunt Wu whispered, her voice quavering like a bamboo flute. Jade's eyes widened with terror. Where will I go? The mountain path is steep, and my labor is near. I will collapse before we even reach Old Song's hut. May exchanged a glance with her husband. We have no choice, Master Liang murmured. If Jade remains, she will be sent to the river, and that is certain death for unborn and mother alike. We'll send our carriage down to the creek behind the bamboo thicket. I will distract the magistrate's guards at the front gate. You slip away in the darkness. May, you lead Jade on foot, and Wu, follow with the provisions we packed. If we are seen, pretend you are gathering firewood for spring stoves. In the courtyard, two muscular guards from the magistrate's house, Brother Shen and Brother Lu, swaggered up. Shen's scar traced from cheek to chin, a souvenir of a drunken brawl in the capital. Lu's shoulders were broad as a barrel, his eyes milky from prior misconduct. They carried lanterns now, though the sun had barely risen. Master Liang, donning his most respectful scholar's robes, stepped forward, clutching a petition scroll. Good sirs, he called, bowing until his fingers brushed the ground. My daughter Jade has the fever. I beg you to grant us mercy, for she is under the care of traditional healers nearby. Brother Shen spat on the ground. Our orders are to fetch Jade by noon, and no fever will cancel that. If she tries to flee, we will tie her hands and haul her to the square. Master Liang swallowed, mind racing. There would be no pardon once they realized Jade wasn't in her room. Aunt Wu slipped out the back door with May clutching Jade's arm. They navigated the labyrinth of mossy stones leading to the old tea arbor, where crimson petals still clung to ancient branches. The morning air smelled of dew and anxious dread. Riding on May's gossamer sleeve, a small satchel held fresh bamboo shoots, dried scallions, silk cloth for swaddling, and a phial of rare snow lotus wine that Old Song had brewed to ease labor pains. Aunt Wu followed silently, eyes flicking toward the lantern glow at the gate. Shadows danced like demons across the wall. When Jade staggered, wincing with a new contraction, May's heart fluttered. Steady, child. Lean on me. Jade's knees buckled, and May nearly carried her beneath the arching bamboo grove. Each step twisted with pain, but Jade forced herself to endure. On the far side of the grove, the ground dropped away into steep gullies. May gently guided Jade down a narrow goat path, where ferns brushed Jade's ankles and warbler song mingled with Jade's ragged breathing. From time to time, the distant clang of a metal hoof echoed, the magistrate's men patrolling. Keep low, Aunt Wu murmured, gesturing to the river's shadow beyond. Boulders jutted like sentinels, camouflaging their passage. At the river's bend, a small wooden carriage lay concealed behind a fallen willow trunk. Master Liang's loyal servant, Yun, knelt beside the mudded wheels, examining a broken axle. Yun had feigned a sprain to remain behind, hoping to buy them precious minutes. May and Aunt Wu hoisted Jade gently into the carriage's cushioned bed of blankets. Yun drew a deep breath. Master Liang will join you soon, he whispered. I have scattered false tracks toward the east fields to mislead the guards. Jade closed her eyes, tears of relief mingling with sweat. Aunt Wu draped a heavy shawl over her daughter's pale shoulders. Drink this, she urged, handing Jade a silver cup of snow lotus wine diluted with warm water. Jade sipped, wincing, but the virtue of old song's brew loosened Jade's jaw and lessened the ache in her belly. As the sun climbed, a courier on horseback thundered along the dirt road leading from the village's main gate. A lacquered wooden box hung from the courier's waist, emblazoned with the magistrate's crest. He reined in the horse at the sight of Yoon brandishing a wooden pitchfork. What the courier stammered, but Yoon spat at the ground. "Stay back. The road is unstable. We had a landslide last night. The magistrate's men must detour around the bamboo thicket." The courier's brows creased in frustration, for the spring rains had indeed loosened the earth, but he recognized no landowner had lodged a complaint. Still, he believed the ruse and galloped onward, shouting back, "I'll inform Lord Mailing. The path is blocked, we return at once." Yoon leaned into the willow's shadow, his heart pounding. Every second mattered, for if the courier mounted his horse and returned quickly, the magistrate might dispatch more guards by midday. Half an hour later, a low rumble signaled the approach of Lady Mailing's smoke-gray carriage, drawn by 4 white steeds bred from the imperial stables. 2 attendant guards rode in front, their polished breastplates gleaming like shards of ice. Lady Mailing herself sat inside, her silken veil drawn low, revealing only a pair of arresting black eyes. Her carriage lanterns swayed in perfect unison until Master Liang stepped out onto the road. He raised his scroll. "Lady Mailing, I propose to deliver my daughter moments from now. As proof of my sincerity, I beg you to hear my plea before dispatching men to search the whole mountain." The carriage door opened with a muted creak. Mailing's attendants formed a silent semicircle, eyes trained on the gloom beneath the bamboo canopy. Master Liang bowed again. "I have petitioned the capital magistrate on Jade's behalf. I am willing to give half my land to the imperial treasury, and all my family's annual rice yield in exchange for a royal pardon." Lady Mailing's slender gloved fingers tapped the lacquered carriage door. "Your pleas amuse me, scholar. The emperor's law cannot be fancifully bartered. Yet, I shall allow you a single hour to present Jade to me alive. After that, the river will have its due. Go make haste." Master Liang bowed. Hot tears trickled down May's cheeks as she urged Yoon to wheel the carriage farther into the bamboo screen. Jade drifted between nausea and the wine's warmth, her every breath hissed with pain. May held her hand. "Hold on, my brave girl. We are nearly there." Aunt Wu scanned the riverbank, fingers slipping into a hidden pouch that contained a simple flute. If the guards closed in, Aunt Wu would play a mournful melody that would signal nearby villagers' old song's disciples, perhaps to intervene. 3 narrow bends below, across a waist-high wooden causeway, stood a scraggly hut whose roof was draped in moss and snail tracks. A single window, puckered with cracked lattice, revealed flickering candlelight and the silhouette of an elderly woman with a silvery braid. This was Old Song, healer, midwife, and protector of women cast aside by tradition. She had once been summoned to the capital to attend to an imperial concubine's complicated pregnancy, but her refusal to serve the emperor's personal whims had forced her into exile. In her solitude, she discovered rare herbs that could soothe pain and scale the odds of survival for mother and child. Now her reputation spread like moonlight. Those who risked the journey often returned pregnant again, free of shame in return for an oath to serve the land's forgotten souls. As the carriage rattled across a warped plank, Old Song stepped onto her small porch. Her simple linen robes and dirt-caked straw hat could not disguise the fire in her eyes. "Bring her forward." Her voice, though calm, resonated like wind through bamboo stalks. Mei Ling's couriers trailed behind, scouring the road for any sign of movement. Uncle Yun guided the carriage door toward a narrow path concealed by brush. Jade moaned softly, her face drained of color. Old Song knelt, studying Jade's forehead and the way her hands clutched her abdomen. Quickly, Old Song instructed. "Lay her by the embers, her womb must be wrapped in my woven cloth." Mei moved Jade to lie by a low hearth where embers glowed faintly, lighting the ochre walls inscribed with minding lullabies and potent runic symbols meant to ward off malevolent spirits. The pungent aroma of crushed lotus root, sandalwood, and dried bamboo leaf filled the hut. Inside, Jade's labored breathing came in measured gasps. Old Song drew a round jade pendant from her bosom and pressed it against Jade's belly while whispering an incantation. Mei knelt, tears pooling in her eyes. "Please, have mercy," Mei choked, "or the guards will drag her away." Old Song's voice remained steady. Her fate was shaped by injustice, not her own body. "We must give her a chance." Aunt Wu lit a bundle of incense and placed it in front of them. "My lady." Mei Ling's attendant, a lithe woman named Linary, stepped inside. Lady Mei Ling grows impatient. Old Song turned, eyes flickering with the tempest of past grievances. "Your lady departs at once. If she delays, I will call every loyal soul in these hills to drive her carriage to ruin." Linary's lips quivered with suppressed outrage, but she bowed. "As you say, wise woman." She swept out, leaving the door swinging in an acrid draft. Once the door closed, Old Song crouched, gathering handfuls of cool stream water to soothe Jade's brow. "Jade, you must be strong," she murmured. Jade's dark eyes fluttered open, tears of pain and confusion pooling before she whispered, "Mother. Father. Aunt Wu, save my child, do not let me drown." Old Song nodded, pressing her slender fingers to Jade's pulse. "She has the strength of 10 lotus petals," Old Song said. "But the labor is near, and time is short before the magistrate's men realize she's missing. Fa, my nephew, will lead them on a wild chase through the gorge." Old Song's nephew, Fa the herbal gatherer, was a wiry young man with green-stained fingers from foraging rare mountain blooms. He stood at the door, ready to don a patched cloak and lead the magistrate's couriers away by scattering salt along old deer trails. Meanwhile, deep within Red Brook village, rumors of Jade's escape rippled like wildfire. Brother Shen and Brother Lu snapped on leather gloves, reining in their horses at the pagoda bridge. "She cannot have vanished into thin air," Shen growled. "Search every cabin. Tear up every half-worn sarong. No daughter of Liang shall slip through our fingers." Lu's nostrils flared as he kicked at the dusty earth. I'll ride all the way to the mountain's peak if I must, to find that damned girl. They set off, lanterns bobbing in the gloom, while Fa masked behind a burlap hood guided them past false trails. Every so often, he dismantled a branch to leave behind soaked footprints that led into dead ends or dense thickets where the magistrate's hounds dared not follow. Back at Old Song's hut, May helped Jade into a makeshift birthing bed of silk-wrapped straw. Aunt Wu boiled ginger root and miso in a clay pot, the pungent steam rising to meet Jade's weakened form. "You must rest, child," Aunt Wu whispered. "The herbs will ease the pain, but nothing can erase the law's cruelty." Jade forced a puny smile. "At least my baby shall arrive into a world where a mother's life matters." Old Song nodded gravely. "Then that is what we shall endeavor to create, a new future for your daughter, one womb at a time." Just as Jade's head lolled back into May's lap, a faint commotion drifted from outside, the frantic bray of Fa's voice, warning that the magistrate's men were only a mile away, encircling the southwestern ridge. Master Liang's knuckle-thin silhouette appeared at the threshold, panting from exertion. "They know I deceived them," he whispered. "They will storm the hut any moment. Save her, Old Song. I will distract them, lead them through the misty pine trail near the waterfall. Take Jade farther north, somewhere beyond the Dragon's Spine Ridge. Our kin in Moonfall Village may grant us shelter." As Master Liang departed, Old Song settled hands on Jade's quaking shoulders. "Your father's sacrifice will not be in vain." Jade locked eyes with her father as he walked away into the wavering mist. Grasping Old Song's jade pendant, she felt a warmth bloom in her chest. "I trust you," Jade breathed, "to keep my baby safe." Old Song's eyes glinted. "With every breath, Jade. Now rest." Outside, the first magistrate's lanterns glowed like ominous fireflies in the underbrush. Brother Lu's hounds bayed, their teeth bared, as they caught the scent of intruders. In the valley's hush, Fa's whistle sounded a haunting duet with the howling hounds. Master Liang's scholarly knowledge of the old trails gave him an edge. He dashed through waist-high bamboo, then vaulted over mossy boulders near the waterfall, drawing the guards deeper into terrain where horses stumbled and men cried in frustration. Each time Fa's whistle sounded, the magistrate's men changed course, colliding against brambles, until at last only echoes followed. Within Old Song's hut, Jade lay near unconscious, sweat drenched in layers of silk. Old Song and May exchanged worried glances. Aunt Wu thrust Jade's elbows gently so Jade unclenched pale fists scattered with dried sweat. "She fights on," Old Song muttered, oiling a fresh poultice of frankincense and camellia leaves to wrap around Jade's abdomen for pain relief. May poured cool water over Jade's pale lips while Aunt Wu ladled the last of the ginger decoction down Jade's throat. Each breath came with a groan, yet Jade's spirit remained unbroken. "The child moves," Jade whispered, and her palm rose to brush her belly as though greeting a small spirit. Old Song placed her calloused palm atop Jade's, and for a moment, the world outside fell away, only flickering amber, chanting incense, and Jade's next faltering breaths mattered. Suddenly, A thunderous crash resounded, bamboo snapped, wood splintered, and the nearest window shutters flew inward. Brother Shen, Lu, and 3 more guards stood in the doorway, armor dented, faces twisted in anger and triumph. Old Song. Shen bellowed, stepping through a shattered lattice. Confess where she is. In a single motion, Fa emerged from the back wall where he had led the guards after misdirecting them, striking Shen's leg with a sharpened bamboo staff. Shen howled, stumbling back as apprentices from Old Song's hidden workshop rushed forward, grabbing the guards' wrists and twisting them behind their backs. Lu swung his glaive, but Old Song deftly sidestepped, pressing a talisman into his hand that released a cloud of pungent smoke infused with mandrake and alchemist's salt. Lu gasped for breath, his vision blurred, he fell to his knees. Shen roared in fury, but Jin, Old Song's apprentice, shoved him onto his face with the flat of a wooden paddle. The other guards dropped their weapons when Lan, Old Song's grandson, ran forward, torch held high, chanting a lullaby that soothed Jade's strained moans to a softer hum. The aroma of burning sage mingled with mandrake, forming a protective ward that repelled malevolent intent. May pressed against the door frame, restraining Jade from rising to greet the invaders. Leave at once, May hissed, or I will shout until every villager in Red Brook gathers to drive you out. Bruised and half-blinded, Lu struggled to his feet, wiping smoke from stinging eyes. You'll pay for this insubordination. He snarled, signaling Shen to accompany him. Shen, cradling his throbbing leg, spat blood onto the wooden floor. We will report this to Lady Mei Ling. You, Old Song, will be tried in the capital. A cold smile curved Old Song's lips. Try me if you must, but know this, neither your magistrate nor the Emperor can undo what has been done. Jade's fate is in her own hands now. We will care for her as long as the mountain stands. Beaten and humiliated, the magistrate's men staggered out into the gloom. Fa watched their retreat, then returned to the hearth where Jade lay, the first bead of sweat trailing down her temple. Old Song knelt beside Jade, sweeping tresses of black hair back from her face. Your child is almost here, Jade. We are ready. May clutched Jade's hand. Your father has escaped. He will find a safe path to the northern ridge and send word to relatives in Moonfall village. Jade's eyes fluttered open, brimming with exhausted gratitude. Tell him, the moment my baby arrives, I will join him. Never let this law claim us. Old Song nodded, removing the pendant around Jade's neck and replacing it with a carved wooden carving of intertwined lotus petals. This shall protect you. Now breathe, Jade. Each breath brings us closer to new life and a chance to end the curse. In the hush that followed, just as Lady Mei Ling's druids, perhaps alerted by the guards, swept through the bamboo grove, they found only a smoldering hearth and the echo of chanting. Jade's bed lay empty save for a damasked cloth wrapped around a small porcelain bowl with Jade's name etched in blood. The druids searched the floorboards, but no footprints remained. The bamboo ferns erased themselves as though never stirred. Mei Ling's voice cut through the gloom. She cannot have escaped the river. Who would harbor a river daughter? Linary stepped forward, We saw the carriage's wheel tracks vanish at the bamboo trunk, my lady. Mei Ling's black eyes narrowed to slits. Then she has allies in this mountain. Send all archers to Red Brook village. Watch every exit. I will not be thwarted. As the druids vanished, Mei and Old Song exchanged a resolute glance. The next hours would decide Jade's life and the life of her unborn child. The servants gather Jade's last murmur, I am not afraid. My fate is sealed by my child's first cry. Outside, the sky once pale had deepened to a sullen gray. Thunder rumbled above the crests of the bamboo whisper ridge, and morning mists coiled like pale serpents along the river. The magistrates' archers readied their arrows. Lady Mei Ling prepared to descend upon Red Brook with ruthless precision. Yet in Old Song's hut, a new spark of hope burned behind the jade pendant's luster. Jade's child would be born into a world both terrorsome and yet fertile with possibility. As lightning crackled above, thunder rattled the old rafters, and Jade's first scream of birth pierced the charged air, her daughter's wail a defiant cry to challenge the ancient curse forever. Dawn light crept through the slat window of Old Song's hut, illuminating a faint haze of incense smoke lingering above the bamboo floorboards. Inside, Jade lay on a low straw bed, swaddled in soft linen. Next to her, a small cradle was draped in white cloth, and inside lay her newborn daughter, crying in gentle, persistent wails. Mei, her mother, sat at Jade's side, gently rocking the cradle while Aunt Wu prepared a warm brew of lotus and ginger tea for Jade's recovery. Old Song stood nearby, gazing at the infant with eyes that both celebrated new life and measured the dangerous road ahead. Jade pressed a trembling hand to her belly, now flattened and soft, then reached out to stroke her baby's forehead. My sweet Ling Hua, she whispered, naming her daughter after the lotus flower. You arrived in the storm, and now we will face that storm together. Mei brushed a silken strand of hair from Jade's face, her eyes shining with tears. You did it, my daughter. The child lives, and that is a miracle. Old Song stepped forward, setting a small porcelain bowl of herbal broth on a low wooden stool. Drink this, Jade. The ginger will ease your aches, and the lotus petals will help your milk flow. Jade accepted the bowl with gratitude, sipping carefully as Old Song proceeded to examine her wound and wrap her with embroidered cloth soaked in healing balm. Each movement was precise, honed from decades of aiding women in childbirth and shielding them from the magistrate's wrath. Beyond the hut, the world had shifted. The magistrates, archivists and druids from Lady Mei Ling's retinue had flooded the valley at first light, searching every creek, every thatched roof, and every hidden cave. Fa, Old Song's nephew, had led Lady Mei Ling's men on a trek through the lower gorge, only to circle back to the village under the pretense of an innocent supply run. When the magistrate's archers returned to Red Brook village empty-handed, suspicion fell upon Master Liang, rumored to be aiding his daughter's escape. Now, the valley echoed with whispers. Did Liang bribe the magistrate's courier? Did the river itself hide Jade from justice? In the calm aftermath, Jade peered through the lattice window, her eyes seeking any movement that might signal discovery. Below the hut, the bamboo whisper ridge sloped into a shallow ravine where Old Song's apprentices had woven a low fence of twining bamboo strips. It hid the hut from casual view, but Jade still trembled each time a breeze rustled the bamboo. She glanced at Old Song, who returned a reassuring nod. "Your daughter will be safe," Old Song said quietly. "But you must rest. May will teach you the lullaby that will soothe Linghua's spirit when the magistrate's shadows try to steal her away." With each careful sip of herbal broth, Jade found the courage to meet her daughter's wide, bright gaze. Linghua's tiny fingers curled around a lock of Jade's hair as if claiming it, anchoring Jade's resolve. Soon, May cradled Jade's head as she drifted into a deep, peaceful slumber, one of the first Jade had enjoyed in weeks. Outside, Old Song lit a small lamp, its flame guttering but unwavering, and began organizing supplies for the next leg of their journey: enough rice and dried vegetables to last 2 weeks, a satchel of snow lotus wine to ease Linghua's growing belly when her time came, and a folded map marking the path to Moonfall Village through the Ghostwood Forest. Meanwhile, Master Liang, having successfully misled Lady Mei Ling's men, trekked north through a cedar grove. The morning sun painted mottled patterns of gold and green on his scholar's robes. Though equipped with only a worn hat and a satchel containing precious scrolls and family heirlooms, he moved with determined strides. Each footfall crushed brittle leaves that crackled underfoot, as if recording his oath to protect Jade's baby. His mind replayed Lady Mei Ling's warning: "Deliver Jade by noon, or she forfeits her life." He slipped a protective talisman etched with Old Song's crescent moon symbol into the folds of his cassock. "Not today," he murmured. "Not today, nor ever, shall you claim my child or my granddaughter." On the eastern ridge, Fa sank to one knee beside a silver squirrel footstool carved from hollowed bamboo. His breath was raspy, and his clothes were soiled from the chase. He watched the magistrate's archers ride away toward Red Brook, spurring their mounts until they vanished beyond a distant copse of fir trees. When their horses' hoofbeats faded, Fa slipped back through the underbrush to Old Song's hut. "They are gone," he reported quietly, glancing over his shoulder. "They chase rumors in the fields now, and Lady Mei Ling believes Jade drowned itself." Old Song nodded solemnly. "Then we must move quickly. Jade needs rest, but Linghua will not answer to walls and huts forever. We must reach Moonfall Village by the time Linghua is a month old. There, my old friend Brother Yun will hide you in his monastery." Fa bowed. "I will ready our horses and pack our belongings. But the Ghostwood Forest is said to be haunted. Spirits wander its thorns. Are we prepared for that?" Old Song smiled, a gentle curve of a weathered face. "We carry Jade's strength and Linghua's first cry. That will be enough to banish any spirits that threaten us." By mid-morning, Jade woke to find Fa waiting outside with 2 sturdy horses, their flanks matted with dew. Mei and Aunt Wu helped Jade wrap Linghua in a blanket of lotus white silk and settle into a woven saddle-lined litter, draped in deep indigo cloth to ward off prying eyes. Old Song placed a hand on Jade's shoulder. "Remember the lullaby, lotus dreams afloat, beneath the moon's hope. Sing it softly into the night, and Linghua's spirit will stay grounded, even if the world tries to pull her away." Jade nodded, tears brimming with gratitude. "I will carry our song in my heart." Aunt Wu slid onto her own horse, cradling a small pouch of medicinal herbs and vials. Whenever the road grows rough, I will press these to your lips. Fa led the horses along a narrow trail, shrouded by bamboo and overhanging ferns. Behind them, Old Song turned the hut's lantern low, extinguishing all except a single candle placed at the threshold, its flicker a silent oath of protection for those she'd helped bring into the world. As the fugitives vanished into the long bamboo corridor, Old Song murmured a soft incantation, "May the mountain god shield your path, and may the lotus spirit guide your child." The journey through the ghostwood forest began with a chorus of cicadas and the pungent scent of damp earth. At first, the path was gentle. Slender ferns brushed jade green against Jade's coat as her horse's hooves crunched on a carpet of moss. But soon, tall cedars towered overhead, blotting out the sky. Knotted roots snaked across the trail, and rotten undergrowth released a fetid aroma of decay. Fa paused, scanning the gloom. "We must stay silent," he whispered. "The forest keeps score. Any stray word may call forth wandering spirits." Jade closed her eyes and began singing the lullaby in a soft, trembling voice. Lotus dreams afloat, beneath the moon's hope. Ling Hua's small hands patted Jade's chest with a peaceful coo, as though the lullaby lulled both mother and child away from fear. Midday shadows lengthened, and a sudden hush fell upon the forest. The usual bird calls ceased, and even the breeze seemed wary to move. Aunt Wu stiffened in her saddle. "Do you feel it?" she asked. Jade nodded, gripping the reins. Fa dismounted, drawing a short wooden flute from his belt. He raised it to his lips and played a solemn melody that echoed like wind through hollow bamboo. The sound seemed to part the forest's oppressive weight, coaxing petals from imaginary lotus flowers to drift in the air. As the flute's final note faded, a faint weeping began, a soft, childlike wail coming from a tangled tangle of thorns off the path. Jade's heart pounded. "Ling Hua," she breathed, though she spoke of the phantom sound. Aunt Wu dismounted, stooping to peer into the thorn maze. "It is but an echo, lost souls trapped in sorrow. Do not be fooled." Jade clenched a fist, summoning courage. "We must move on. The road to Moonfall cannot wait." Up ahead, the forest opened onto a mossy glade where moonflowers bloomed in a shimmering ring, despite the midday sun. Their petals billowed like ghostly sails, and at the glade's center stood a moss-covered statue of a serene, robed monk holding a lotus blossom. Brother Yun's mnemonic for travelers marked this place as a sanctuary. Weary pilgrims who rang the glade's hidden bell at midnight would find safe passage. Jade recognized the statue from Old Song's teachings. She dismounted, carrying Ling Hua in her arms. "Child of Lotus, we have come to your cradle." She approached the statue respectfully and placed Ling Hua at its base. Then, with Aunt Wu's help, Jade rang a small bronze bell threaded with crimson silk that she had taken from the hut. Its clear note resonated like a heartbeat, stirring the moonflowers into motion. For a moment, the air felt alive with presence, as if invisible hands shielded them from harm. When the bell's echo subsided, Fa guided their steeds through an opening in the forest that narrowed into a secret path. Thorny vines scrapped their arms like skeletal fingers, but the lullaby humming from Jade's lips seemed to soften the darkness, pressing the gnarled branches aside. By dusk, they reached the first watch post of Moonfall Village, a wooden pavilion perched beside a quiet stream. Brother Yoon, a tall, lean man with a silver braid, welcomed them with both arms open. "Child Jade, you have come bearing a precious life. You withstand more than any woman should. Rest here, and I shall speak to the monastic elders. May the spirit of the Northern Star keep you safe." As they crossed the wooden bridge into Moonfall Village, lanterns floated onto the water below, casting 1,000 flickers of light. Moonfall's villagers gathered at the bridge's side, silk-draped elders, fisherwomen whose nets lay cast in the stream, and timber cutters who paused their work to bow respectfully. Among them stood Madame Songzia, a matriarch whose family had aided Old Song decades ago. Her eyes brimmed with gentle sorrow at the sight of Jade and her child. "Welcome home, Jade," Madame Songzia murmured. "Here, our doors and hearts remain open to river daughters. You and your Linghua are safe." In the soft glow of lantern light, Jade cradled Linghua against her breast, tears mingling with relief. "Thank you," Jade whispered to Beyond Measure Old Song, Master Liang, and Fa. Each had sacrificed for the fragile promise of a new life. The villagers slowed their steps, carrying baskets of rice cakes and sweet lotus buns as offerings. May, sharing Jade's joy, felt the burden lift from her shouldered heart. Even Aunt Wu let her smile show the faintest edge of hope. That night, in the communal hall of Moonfall's White Lotus Monastery, Jade lay upon a cushioned bench draped in crimson cloth, Linghua sleeping peacefully at her side. Brother Yoon lit an array of lanterns depicting lotus blossoms and moon arcs. The flamelight danced across ancient tapestries illustrating mothers cradling children beneath a benevolent moon. Old Song, arriving by lantern's glow, knelt beside Jade's bed. She laid the final piece of a protective ward, a golden lotus talisman, beneath Linghua's crib. By the time Linghua's first full moon rises, we will gather at the winter solstice festival to honor her safely returned. Until then, no law can touch her. Our blessings shall outshine any decree. Jade closed her eyes, exhaustion and gratitude washing over her. Beside her, May and Aunt Wu settled on floor mats, rising only to adjust Linghua's blanket or recite quiet prayers. Old Song whispered the final lines of the lullaby as Jade drifted to sleep, lotus dreams afloat, beneath the moon's hope. And under that gentle promise, mother and daughter slipped into a shared rest, surrounded by a village determined to rewrite an ancient curse with compassion and courage. From beyond Moonfall's walls, faint echoes of Lady Mei Ling's archers faded into the night, their futile search left behind as lanterns bloomed upon a river that would no longer claim the innocent. Moonfall Village stirred to life under a pale morning moon, its lantern-lit houses and cobbled lanes glimmering like scattered pearls. The White Lotus Monastery's prayer bells tolled at dawn, their gentle resonance rippling across mist-shrouded fields. Inside the monastery's main hall, Jade sat cross-legged on a woven mat of lotus fibers. Her newborn daughter, Linghua, lay swaddled in soft indigo silk beside her, awakening every few moments with tiny yelps of hunger. Brother Yoon knelt before a low table strewn with scrolls and inkstones. He dipped a fine brush into ink and inscribed a protective mantra on pale rice paper. "This will guard Linghua's spirit," he said quietly, handing Jade the completed talisman. A small lotus blossom was painted at its center, encircled by 7 interlocking moons. "Wrap it beneath her swaddling. The village's ancestral spirits will recognize it as a symbol of renewal, and they will shield her from malignant eyes." As Jade fastened the talisman to Linghua's blanket, Mei and Aunt Wu bustled into the room, carrying bowls of steaming congee and cups of lotus tea broth. The rich aroma of honeyed glutinous rice and stewed ginger filled the air. "Eat, Jade," Mei urged with gentle firmness. "Your strength must return if you are to protect Linghua." Jade sighed, propping herself upright to sip from the warm broth, her muscles aching sorely from childbirth. "I never imagined motherhood would be so fraught," she murmured. Aunt Wu brushed a strand of hair from Jade's brow. "Where there is light, darkness follows. But in moonfall, we will teach you to unfurl the lotus in your heart, and Linghua's light will outshine any shadow." Outside, the monastery's courtyard had begun to fill with villagers, fisherfolk mending nets, woodsmen offering fresh pine incense, and elders cloaked in thick wool robes who had lost children to the curse of river daughters decades ago. Many bowed reverently as Jade passed, lowering their eyes lest the sight of her infant daughter break some lingering taboo. Brother Yun led Jade and Mei along a lantern-lined corridor, lined with carved wooden icons of guardian deities clutching lotus blossoms. "I will present Linghua to the council at today's dawn ceremony," he whispered. "It marks the passage of lunar months, and as Linghua approaches her first month, the village elders will formalize her place among us, making it known that no law can sever mother and child." Within the great hall, elders gathered beneath a heavy canopy emblazoned with a silver lotus. Lady Songxia, seated upon a polished wooden dais, presided over the assembly. Her silver braid and stooped shoulders spoke of many winters, but her eyes were still bright with quiet authority. Jade knelt before the dais, cradling Linghua, whose eyes fluttered open as if sensing the hall's collective curiosity. Lady Songxia's aged hand rested upon Jade's bowed head. "Child Jade, you have endured much," she intoned. "Your courage honors the lotus spirit. By our village's covenant, Linghua shall be recognized as a child of Moonfall, forever beyond the reach of the imperial decree." Gasps rose from the assembly, some wept softly, recounting their own lost daughters. Brother Yun presented a braided cord of silk white, indigo, and gold to wrap around Linghua's tiny wrist. "This cord binds her to Moonfall's protection. The blood feud ends. New bonds begin." Jade accepted it with trembling fingers, wrapping it around Linghua's wrist until it rested against delicate skin. A low chant began in unison, village women singing the ancient lullaby of the lotus goddesses. Lotus dreams afloat, beneath the moon's hope, the melody rose into a gentle crescendo, and Jade closed her eyes. Linghua's infant face softened, her faint coo blending with the chant, as though absorbing the chorus into her very spirit. After the dawn ceremony, Jade throwed doves cooed at the rafters overhead, and the elders made way for Jade to rise. Mei guided her daughter from the dais, their hearts swelling with relief. Yet even as they descended, A hush rippled through the crowd, for at the monastery gate stood an unfamiliar figure, a slender woman clad in muted jade green robes, her black hair coiled into a severe chignon, and a polished blade concealed beneath her sleeve. Lady Mailing's personal envoy had slipped into the village under a false identity, posing as a traveling scribe searching for rare medicinal herbs. Now, as she stepped forward, her dark eyes flicked over Jade and Ling Hua as though weighing their worth. Brother Yun noticed the newcomer's approach. "May I?" He began politely, but the woman's lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile. "Master Yun, I apologize for my tardy arrival," she said, bowing with refined grace. "I have traveled many miles seeking the white lotus inkstone said to be kept within these halls. I hope my request is not ill-timed." Her tone silken and artful veiled a razor-sharp intent. Brother Yun inclined his head. "If you seek the inkstone, come. But be warned, only those pledged to our way may handle it." The envoy's voice slipped to a whisper, unheard by most, "That is exactly why I have come." With that, she followed Brother Yun deeper into the monastery's side chambers, where ancient scrolls and inkstones lay protected within a carved cedar cabinet. Inside Jade's straw-thatched dwelling adjacent to the eastern verandas of the monastery, Mei and Aunt Wu fussed over Ling Hua's midday nap. Jade sat nearby, restoring her strength by rolling a jade rosary between her fingers. Each bead was carved with the emblem of the moon goddess, a symbol of quiet resilience. "Mother," Jade said softly, "I have felt eyes on us ever since the ceremony. Do you think we are truly safe here?" Mei's expression darkened. "Moonfall's covenant shields you in name, but the imperial decree whispers beyond these mountains. Lady Mailing will not rest until Jade's blood is spilled or Ling Hua's fate is sealed." Aunt Wu, closing Ling Hua's eyes in gentle lulls, added, "But our village will shield you. The moment the envoy steps beyond these walls, her presence will be known. Your small daughter is now a beacon both to those who wish to protect her and to those who wish to capture her." A hush fell as a sudden tremor rattled the building, so slight that only those attuned to subtle shifts perceived it. Brother Yun's hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor. "There is news," he announced, breathless. "The envoy has been revealed. She stole a vial of precious ink that bears an inscription only our circle knows." Jade's heart leaped. "She is an imperial spy." Mei bit her lip. "They will not stop until they find our daughter." Brother Yun nodded gravely. "I have ordered the gates sealed. No one enters or leaves without my decree. Tonight at twilight, we shall hold a rose moon vigil. The elders will stand in watch through the night, offering petitions for Ling Hua's safety. All must come." Jade glanced down at Ling Hua's tiny form, breathing in the rhythm of peaceful slumber. "Then tonight, we will face whatever comes together." Afternoon waned into violet dusk as the villagers prepared for the vigil. Lanterns, hundreds of them, were lit and set upon earthen benches carved with lotus petals. On each lantern, a single petal or a painted lotus seal marked the household's pledge to defend Ling Hua. Fireflies drifted through the cooling air, their phosphorescent lights mingling with the lantern glow. Jade and May walked through the village's winding lanes, greeting neighbors as they affixed small embroidered pouches to their doors. These sacks contained rice grains blessed by Old Song, intended to repel malevolent spirits and inform each household's readiness to stand against any intrusion. At the monastery courtyard, Brother Yun positioned Jade in the center of a lotus-shaped pattern drawn in white chalk upon stone. It glowed faintly in the dusk, a consecrated circle of salt and crushed moonflower petals. Nayla, Old Song's apprentice, her ebony hair braided down her back, chanted the opening invocation, "Lotus in the mire, banish the pyre, guard this child's light through darkest night." One by one, May, Aunt Wu, Brother Yun, and the gathered elders took places along the pattern's edges, facing outward as guardians. Ling Hua slept peacefully in Jade's arms, her breathing a steady tribute to life's fragility and resilience. Beyond the monastery walls, the moon rose like a silver coin, illuminating treetops that swayed in a sudden gust of wind. In the shadows beneath the cedars, the imperial envoy crouched behind a stone lantern, her jade-green robes whispering against the cool earth. She held a slender porcelain blowpipe tipped with a single obsidian dart. With silent grace, she surveyed the vigil lantern after lantern, man after woman, the soft hum of prayers echoing across the courtyard. Her black eyes narrowed, lips curving as she exhaled softly. "Ling Hua," she hissed under her breath. "Your mother will not shield you forever. Tonight, I take you back to Lady Mei Ling. The imperial decree must be satisfied." A sudden breeze snuffed two lanterns near the eastern archway, casting that sector of the courtyard into flickering half-light. The envoy seized her moment, slipping from shadow to shadow, her needle-steady feet making no sound against the stone. She raised the blowpipe, taking aim at Jade's form, who stood amid the lotus circle, wrapped in white chalk's protection, cradling Ling Hua in a loving embrace. But before she could release the dart, a swift figure sprang from behind a moss-covered column, Fa, dagger in hand, his wiry frame belying formidable strength. He knocked the envoy's arm aside with a single precise strike, causing the obsidian missile to clang harmlessly against a lantern post. The envoy hissed but recovered, spinning as she unsheathed a slender curved blade, her silent oath to Lady Mei Ling requiring she strike swiftly before drawing notice. Fa advanced with lithe determination, blade poised to parry. Chaos swept the courtyard. Brother Yun and Aunt Wu moved to encircle the envoy, chanting protective sutras as May bundled Ling Hua close. Jade's hands trembled as she clutched her daughter against her chest. A flurry of sparks leapt as Fa's dagger collided with the envoy's blade, each impact ringing through the courtyard like chimes struck by fate. Old Song appeared at the archway, staff in hand, chanting a mantra to repel darkness. The gathered villagers sprang to their feet, 12 able-bodied warriors, some bearing simple staves, others carrying iron cleavers, lined the perimeter, their resolve as unbreakable as welded steel. The envoy's dark gaze flickered from Fa to the crowd, recognizing she had underestimated Moonfall's unity. With a final curse, she pivoted and fled toward the dense cedars, her jade-green robes dissolving into the moonlit gloom. Fa pursued her, the echoes of their clash receding until only a tattered trail of silk and a glowing obsidian dart remained on the ground. Jade, heart pounding, fell to her knees, tears of relief mingling with sobs. May knelt beside her, brushing damp hair from Jade's face. Ling Hua is safe, she whispered, as long as we stand together. Aunt Wu pressed a reassuring hand to Jade's shoulder. Brother Yun returned, sealing the courtyard gates. The envoy has retreated, he reported, eyes solemn. But Lady Mei Ling will send more. We must not let our guard falter. Ling Hua's first month wanes in 3 nights. If she survives until the full moon, her bond with Moonfall will be irrevocable. Night deepened. Lanterns swayed as the villagers arranged themselves around a lotus circle, their voices rising in the ancient chant, "Lotus dreams afloat, beneath the moon's hope, Jade," backed by Mei and Aunt Wu, held Ling Hua aloft so that the babe's wide eyes reflected the flickering lantern light. In that moment, as her daughter's tiny hands reached skyward, Jade felt a surge of motherly ferocity. Any threat, imperial decree, malignant spirit, or assassin's blade would break against the fortress of her love. Beyond the monastery's outer walls, Lady Mei Ling gazed at the distant glow of Moonfall's vortex of lanterns. From her black lacquered carriage, she watched the night sky as if scanning for signs of the defiant spark she could not quench. A silver moon hovered overhead, full enough to cast icy light onto the valley. Lady Mei Ling's lips curved in a cold smile. You may hide behind prayers and petals, but jewels of fate are seldom secure. Ling Hua's first month will pass, and once she stands under the full moon's blessing, no scroll or decree can sever her bond with Moonfall. If I cannot seize her before then, I will summon the Emperor's own dragons to tear down your Lotus shrine. Yet as her carriage wheels turned away, a distant bell tolled one last note of warning, carrying in its resonance the vow of an entire village, as long as the southern moon lights Moonfall's fields. No shadow shall touch the Lotus child. Jade, cradling Ling Hua to her breast, breathed a silent prayer into the night. May our love be stronger than any law, stronger than the most bitter decree. For as long as my heart beats, Ling Hua will know freedom in her mother's arms. And under that luminous promise, Moonfall's lanterns blazed defiantly against the dark, a steadfast chorus of light and hope that no blade could extinguish. Night clung to Moonfall village with a velvet hush, punctuated only by the rhythmic toll of the monastery's prayer bell and the whisper of bamboo fronds brushing against one another like a secretive gossip. Jade sat on a low stone bench outside her small cottage, Ling Hua cradled in her arms as the infant slept in the swaddle embroidered with lotus petals. Beside her, Mei poured a cup of warm lotus tea, the sweet steam curling upward and dissipating into the chill air. Aunt Wu tended to a tiny brazier in the courtyard, stirring the glowing embers that emitted a faint, soothing fragrance of sandalwood and white lotus husks, an incense blend reputed to calm both infant and mother. It has been 3 nights since the envoy attacked, Mei murmured, handing Jade the teacup. Lady Mei Ling will not give up so easily. She has resources beyond our imagination. We must anticipate her next move. Jade took a slow sip, letting the warmth soothe her chest. Ling Hua shifted, her small fist gnawing on a silky corner of her blanket. Jade glanced down at her daughter with fierce protectiveness. I will do whatever it takes. I cannot let them take her. Mei's eyes glistened with a mixture of pride and worry. Nor I. But you must rest when you can. Your strength is Linghua's shield as much as these walls. The infant's tiny yawn echoed in the courtyard, a melodious reminder that life continued despite the looming threat. A sudden rustle in the bamboo grove drew their attention. Brother Yun emerged from the shadows, his robes brushing against dew-laced grass. In one hand, he clutched a parchment sealed with red wax bearing the monastery's emblem, a lotus resting upon crossed prayer beads. In the other, he held a narrow letter inscribed with delicate calligraphy. He approached with measured steps. "I have news, Jade. It concerns the envoy and another who may come to our aid." Jade rose, cradling Linghua protectively. "Speak." The candle light flickered across Yun's lined face. At his side, a faint breeze carried the scent of autumn's first fallen leaves. "The envoy we saw, her name is Haru. She is a master of disguise and espionage, sent directly by Lady Mei Ling. But I have intercepted a missive addressed to her, a coded reply from a mysterious informant known only as Silver Dove. The letter hints at a betrayal within Lady Mei Ling's own household. Silver Dove claims to be a concubine, someone close to Mei Ling herself, who grew to pity the plight of river daughters. She promises to supply us with information to thwart further attacks, in exchange for our pledge to protect her identity." Mei clasped her hands. "A sympathizer within Lady Mei Ling's court. This is both hopeful and dangerous. If Lady Mei Ling discovers her betrayal, Silver Dove's fate will be sealed, perhaps worse than any river daughter's." Brother Yun nodded gravely. "Indeed. I have arranged to meet Silver Dove at midnight tonight in the bamboo grove east of the village. She wishes to reveal the envoy's next target, not only Linghua but any child born out of wedlock in the region. Moonfall is not the only village harboring exiled mothers. Lady Mei Ling plans to expand her purge across the entire valley." And Wu's expression darkened. She returned from tending the brazier, where the smoke now rose in lazy spirals. "Then we must be ready. I will prepare herbal wards to hang at every cottage door and teach the midwives secret chants to hide newborns from detection. Our covenant with the ancestral spirits must become our fortress." Jade set Linghua gently into her small bassinet inside the cottage, swaddled with the protective talisman still tucked beneath her silken layers. She returned to the courtyard and joined the others, pulling her thin shawl tightly around her shoulders against the cold. "I should go to the meeting, Brother Yun. I must hear Silver Dove's plan firsthand." Yun shook his head gently. "No, Jade. If the envoy or a scouting patrol witnesses you leave the cottage house tonight, they will deduce the child's location. Instead, I will meet Silver Dove alone. You must remain here, with Mei and Aunt Wu, safeguarding Linghua." A tense quiet settled over them, broken only by Lupin's lone howl echoing from deep within the mountains. Lupin was their once trusted courier, a mountain wolf they had raised from a pup now trained to deliver messages to Moonfall's outlying hamlets. He howled when danger crept too close. Jade's lips pressed into a firm line. "Very well. But send Fa with you as guard. He moves silently and can protect you if a skirmish erupts." Yun inclined his head. You are wise to trust him. Fa will accompany me. Rest now, Jade. Tomorrow, we decide how to repel Lady Mei Ling's forces. As Brother Yun and Fa melted into the bamboo's embrace, Jade returned to her cottage to check on Ling Hua. From within the woven cradle, Ling Hua stirred, her tiny face crinkling as she roused from sleep. Jade hummed the lullaby, its familiar notes weaving through the room like a protective shield. Lotus dreams afloat, beneath the moon's hope, Ling Hua's arms fluttered, reaching toward Jade's face. In the dim lamplight, her eyes were shining pools of trust. Jade smiled, stroking her daughter's cheek. "Sleep, my love," she whispered. "Tomorrow, I will wake to a safer world, or we will build it ourselves." Outside, the night thickened, dew glistening on bamboo leaves like fallen stars. Brother Yun and Fa crossed the courtyard's threshold and disappeared into the grove's labyrinth. The path to the rendezvous point was narrow, an arcing trail of mossy stones flanked by stalks of crimson Asiatic lilies. Every footstep snapped twigs, sending echoes through the shadows. Fa's eyes darted ahead, searching for signposts, subtle carvings on bark that old Song had taught him and Yun to use, slanting cuts on tree trunks that marked the council's secret paths, and clusters of white lupin flowers laid in triangular patterns to signal friend or foe. A single hour passed before they reached a small cluster of limestone boulders at the grove's edge, lit by moonbeams that dappled through the bamboo canopy. A slender figure stepped from behind a boulder, Silver Dove herself, clad in deep indigo robes that matched the color of Jade's swaddle. Her face was obscured by a white silk veil that unfurled at the bottom to reveal her pale chin and curved lips set in a determined line. Fa and Yun knelt respectfully. "Silver Dove," Yun murmured. "We are honored by your support." Silver Dove extended a gloved hand to Yun, pressing a folded slip of paper into his palm. "Lady Mei Ling's next assault comes at sunrise. She has hired a mercenary battalion from the southern desert. They are to surround Moonfall's northern perimeter and seize children before dawn. I could not stand by and watch another innocent perish." Fa's eyes narrowed. "Mercenaries? Sandhawks out of the silk expanse? How did Lady Mei Ling afford them?" Silver Dove shook her head. "She has grown impatient. The River Children's Refuge threatens her reputation in the imperial court. Rich donors now back her cause, hoping to secure favor. The mercenaries are paid bounties for each child captured. There is no compassion in their orders, only coins and promises of power." Yun folded the paper and pressed it to his heart. "We must rally every household. Prepare the hidden children, conceal them deep within the rice paddies and the orchard's flooded terraces." Silver Dove produced a second paper, a crude map of Moonfall's northern perimeter with several X marks. "These are the patrol points. At midnight, the mercenaries will split into 4 squads and converge on the East Gate, West Gate, Central Orchard, and the river crossing." Fa clenched his fists. "We have fewer than 6 hours to fortify defenses and move the children. I must warn Jade and Mei immediately." Silver Dove inclined her head. "Go." I cannot remain once the moon reaches its zenith. I will pray for your success." With that, she vanished between the bamboo canes, her footsteps silent as falling petals. Yoon and Fa retraced their path, urgency propelling them onward. In Jade's courtyard, Mei was stacking bundles of dried lotus leaves and miso bricks onto a low wooden cart spoked with iron. Aunt Wu was stirring a vat of herbal broth, one potent enough to soothe fevers and ward off dementia in elders. When Fa and Yoon burst into the courtyard, Jade sprang from the bench like a coiled spring, rushing to catch her daughter who fussed at her hurried rocking. Fa placed a hand on Jade's shoulder. "Forgive the alarm, Jade. We have a dire situation. At dawn, mercenaries hired by Lady Mei Ling will storm our perimeter. They mean to seize any child born out of wedlock, especially Ling Hua." Jade's breath caught in her throat. Ling Hua fussed, sensing the tension, and Jade murmured a soft lullaby to calm her. Mei stepped forward, anger and determination blazing in her eyes. "They will not take Ling Hua, or any child under our protection. We will move every hidden child, foster children, orphans, and river children to the flooded terraces near the eastern rice fields. The water will hide them from patrolling feet." Aunt Wu nodded. "Then I shall go to the north orchard and gather the midwives and harvesters. They know every hidden path through those trees. We will shepherd the children there." Jade's voice trembled but was resolute. "I will go to the orchard as well, and help guide any who cannot walk. I will not let Ling Hua or any child face those mercenaries alone." Fa placed a reassuring hand on Jade's back. "We will accompany you. Yoon will remain at the west gate to reassure villagers and guard against infiltrators." Jade's eyes filled with tears of gratitude and fear. "Then let us waste no moment. Show me the way to the orchard." As the pre-dawn sky dimmed to a bruised indigo, a convoy formed. Jade carried Ling Hua against her chest, Mei dragged the cart of supplies, Aunt Wu led a line of children, tiny faces peering from hoods and cloaks, while Fa and Yoon flanked either side. The moon, a pale pearl in the sky, illuminated their path through the curved gate, past the temple's stone lions and into the north orchard, a labyrinth of gnarled apple and quince trees whose twisted branches wove a natural canopy. Overhead, a single owl called, as though warning the night of what was to come. Within the orchard, mist lay in tendrils upon grass. The children, numbering 20 at least, huddled close, some trembling with fear, others clutching ragged dolls as if they were talismans. Fa placed a stoic hand on Jade's shoulder. "You will stand at the front. Show them the burning hope in your heart. They will follow." Jade nodded with a brave smile for the children. "Keep close, and do not fumble. Aunt Wu will lead you to the terraces, stay when she says to stop. The water will conceal you." Mei stayed at Jade's side, a protective embrace around Ling Hua. Yoon and Fa took positions at the orchard's fringes, scanning for movement. As dawn's first pale fingers crept across the horizon, the orchard's stillness shattered with approaching shouts, "For the river children! To the gates!" From the west gate, Brother Shen had assembled a ragtag company of desert-clad mercenaries whose spears glinted under the waxing moon. Their broad-rimmed hats and tan cloaks marked them distinctly as sandhawks from the silk expanse. At their head was a tall captain, his leather helm adorned with hawk feathers, squinting as he surveyed the orchard's entrance. "Slaves," he barked. "Drag every child from their hiding places alive or dead, we bring them to Lady Mei Ling." Jade stepped deliberately into the orchard's path, Ling Hua pressed to her chest in a tight embrace. As she emerged, the gazes of the mercenaries shifted toward her, surprise in their desert-hardened eyes. Fa and Yun rose from among the trees, staffs in hand, flanking Jade. The children pressed back behind Jade and Aunt Wu, each child's face pale with dread. A surge of resolve washed over Jade. She drew a slow breath and raised Ling Hua so the baby's face was visible under the pale dawn. "Stop," Jade called, voice ringing like a bell. The Sandhawk captain glared, his desert blade glinting in the dim light. Jade continued, "These children have done no harm. They are innocent. They seek only a life away from shame and blood. If you so much as touch one child, know that Moonfall will never forget your cruelty." Fa shifted so he stood before Jade, ready to defend her if necessary. Aunt Wu picked up a handful of crushed white lotus petals from the pond's edge and flung them into the air. The petals drifted like snow, their fragrance filling the air with calm. Many of the mercenaries covered their nostrils, taken aback by the soothing scent. The Sandhawk captain stepped forward, anger twisting his features into a cruel grin. "This is Lady Mei Ling's decree, every river child is forfeit. Step aside, mother, if you wish to stay alive." Jade's voice hardened. "I will not step aside. You will not harm these children." The captain spat. "Then you force our hands. Kill her and find the rest." He snapped an order, and two guards separated from the line, spears leveled at Jade. Before they could lunge forward, Mei stepped from Jade's flank, lifting Ling Hua's satchel of tea and powdered herbs. With a fluid motion, she hurled the entire satchel at the attacking guards. It shattered at their feet, releasing a plume of pungent smoke laced with chili pods and crushed ginger. The two guards staggered, coughing violently, their spears clattering to the muddy ground. Sister Steely resolution flickered momentarily in Jade's eyes. She drew Ling Hua closer and recited the lullaby beneath her breath, "Lotus dreams afloat, beneath the moon's hope." From the orchard's far side, a soft cascade of music began. Brother Yun's flute, weaving a melody that carried ancient protective chants. The children, led by Aunt Wu, slipped quietly away into a side path lined with stone lanterns, guided by the lantern's flicker and Yun's tune. Jade and Mei's voices joined Yun's flute halfway through the chant, an invocation that resonated through the orchard and perhaps reached the ears of Moonfall's unseen ancestors. The Sandhawk captain glared, torn between obeying Lady Mei Ling's orders and the mounting discomfort of his men, who began choking on the fragrance-laced smoke. A cold wind rose suddenly through the orchard, ruffling Jade's hair and extinguishing the sky's remaining starlight. A ripple of goosebumps raced across the mercenary's arms. The captain hesitated, raising his helmed head as though listening for an unseen command. Fa gripped his staff, stepping forward. Leave now, before the orchid spirit claims you. His voice was steel wrapped in velvet. The captain sneered. A desert spirit. You amuse me. He snapped his fingers, and the rest of the mercenaries stepped forward, determined to overwhelm Jade's slender line. Before they could surge, a deep rumble echoed through the orchard. From above, a tall monastic bell clanged 3 times, each note vibrating like a drum against the chest, steeped in benevolence and power. The mercenaries froze, eyes wide as if realizing the ground beneath them was no ordinary dirt but consecrated soil. From the mist, dozens of villagers emerged, fisher folk wielding bamboo spears tipped with iron hooks, woodsmen brandishing sharpened axes, and women clutching willow-slender staffs. Among them stood Silver Dove, her indigo robes catching the moonlight as she produced a small silver mirror from within her sleeve. She raised it skyward. From the mirror's surface shimmered a sacred light that painted the orchard in silver patterns, each tree trunk illuminated with faint runic symbols of warding. The mercenaries recoiled. Lupin, the mountain wolf, bounded at Fa's side, baring fangs as though guarding Jade and the children. Brother Yun closed his eyes for a moment, whispering an unseen prayer. Jade felt a warm swirl within her chest that spread to Ling Hua, whose small hand clenched Jade's finger as if anchoring her to the earth. Mei held Ling Hua close. We are protected, Mei whispered, tears glinting in her eyes. The Sandhawk captain, pale as death itself, lowered his sword. We must withdraw. His voice wavered like a dying ember. One by one, the mercenaries found their resolve dissolving under the orchid's sacred aura. Spears and swords clattered as they stepped back, forming a retreat line toward the west gate. As they vanished, a final note from Brother Yun's flute trailed through the orchard like a blessing on the wind. The villagers exhaled, the tension draining in a collective sigh. Jade stood trembling, Ling Hua asleep now, her small frame rising and falling with soft breaths. Mei and Aunt Wu hugged Jade and Ling Hua in a circle, offering murmured prayers of gratitude. Silver Dove stepped forward, removing her veil to reveal a gentle face framed by dark hair streaked with silver. Moonfall will long remember this night, she said, her voice laced with relief and reverence. Lady Mei Ling will think twice before sending Sandhawks again. As long as the Lotus spirit flows in our hearts, we cannot be broken. Silver Dove's expression softened as she bowed to Jade. And Jade, you are the true embodiment of that Lotus spirit. Your strength defied a battalion. Mei placed a warm hand on Silver Dove's shoulder. We owe you everything. Your courage saved our children. Silver Dove shook her head. I owe you. You gave me hope when I saw the envoy's cruelty toward river daughters. Now, my life belongs to Moonfall. With the first rays of dawn brushing the orchard treetops in pale gold, Jade looked at Ling Hua's sleeping face and whispered, you will bear witness to a world where no child is a river child, where every life is cherished. Mei smiled through tears, and the villagers released a collective cheer, a vow that as long as lanterns remained lit in Moonfall, the Lotus Covenant would endure. Above the orchard, as the moon began its final descent, a single lotus petal drifted down from the statue's pedestal, landing softly on Jade's outstretched hand. She traced its delicate veins, understanding that while the darkness would always loom, the shared light of compassion, courage, and unity could keep even the fiercest storm at bay. Tomorrow, a new chapter would begin, one born of sacrifice and triumph, and sustained by every precious heartbeat in Moonfall Village. The sun had barely risen over the mist-draped rice terraces when Jade was awakened by the distant toll of the monastery's prayer bell. She stirred on her simple reed mat, Linghua still cradled against her chest, and felt a chill run through her limbs. Last night's victory repelling the Sandhawk mercenaries felt like a reprieve, but not an end. As the morning mist curled around the bamboo grove, Jade slipped quietly from her cottage into the courtyard, where Mei and Aunt Wu were already tending a small hearth. "Good morning, Jade," Mei murmured, pouring steaming lotus tea into 2 wooden cups. "I've prepared a light congee, you must regain your strength." Jade nodded, trying to shake away the heaviness in her chest. She drank the thick, ginger-scented broth, glancing across the courtyard toward the orchard's protective wall of salt and crushed moonflower petals. The ward still glowed faintly, proof that the village's ancestors watched over them. But somewhere beyond Moonfall's borders, Lady Mei Ling's shadow still seeped through the hills. Aunt Wu set down her teacup and beckoned Jade closer. "I have news from Brother Yun," she whispered. "Last night, after you and Mei left for the orchard, he met again with Silver Dove in the hidden chamber beneath the library. Silver Dove writes that Lady Mei Ling has not given up. Rather than mercenaries, she now seeks to enlist dark arts from the nomad sorcerer who dwells in the Black Rock Caves to the east. If he succeeds in summoning a spirit of vengeance against our wards, Moonfall's defenses could collapse." Jade's breath caught at the thought. "A spirit from the Black Rock Caves," she repeated quietly, mind racing. The nomad sorcerer's name was whispered in terrified tones by villagers along the southern trade route. It was said he had once been an imperial advisor who delved too deeply into forbidden rites, earning a grisly reputation for animating the dead and twisting the land with curses. If Lady Mei Ling managed to contract his services, she could unleash something far deadlier than any battalion of mercenaries. Mei's expression darkened. "We cannot leave such a threat unchecked. Brother Yun and Fa must journey to our allies in Silk Grove village to the north. They have ancient scrolls of light magic that may contain counter-rituals. Until they return, we must strengthen every ward, every charm, and every prayer." Aunt Wu nodded, her gnarled fingers tracing the petals of a dried moonflower. "I will gather all the midwives and teachers. We will hide every child under age 3, in the flooded rice terraces, beneath the orchard's dense canopy, and even in the monastery's underground wells. When the nomad sorcerer's spirit stalks the wards, we must be beyond his reach." Linghua stirred in Jade's arms, stirring awake with a soft sigh. Jade kissed her daughter's newborn brow. "We will protect you, Linghua. Mother's love is stronger than any curse." Mei gently moved Linghua's satchel, a pouch of crushed lotus petals and protective inks, into Jade's arms. "Keep this close to her." The scent of lotus wards off spirits drawn to newborn cries. An urgent rap struck the latticed window. Fa appeared, his face grim beneath the rush of sweat. Jade rose immediately. "Brother Fa, you returned so soon." Fa nodded, as if the morning had stolen all warmth from him. "We rode through the night along the old cedar ridge. At Silk Grove, we found the Lightkeepers hermits who guard scrolls of ancient protective rites. They gifted us 2 scrolls of radiant lotus incantations, said to repel darkness manifested by sorcery. But they warned that the nomad sorcerer's ritual demands a sacrifice of innocence. If Lady Mei Ling is determined, she may perform the ritual before the next full moon." A cold dread settled in Jade's chest. "So we have less than 2 weeks to guard moonfall before the next full moon. We cannot risk leaving Ling Hua or any child unprotected." Mei's jaw set. "We shall take the scrolls to Old Song. She will know how to blend the radiant lotus incantations into our village wards. Aunt Wu and I will coordinate, while Jade stands watch with the other mothers. Your role, Fa, is to lead a nightly patrol along the riverbank and orchard perimeter, ensure no evil spirits slip past our wards." Fa inclined his head. "As you wish, Jade. I will not let darkness find even a single child." Yoon appeared beside him, bearing a rolled scroll sealed with a silver lotus crest. "Old Song has begun weaving the radiant lotus spells into the salt wards. We could feel a difference by dawn. The wards now hum with quiet strength. But we must finish before Lady Mei Ling's summons of the nomad sorcerer reaches its peak." The 4 of them looked toward the orchard's edge, where morning light ignited dewdrops on drooping lilies. Suddenly, a warbled cry pierced the calm, the signal horn from Moonfall's watchtower. A line of villagers, fishermen, harvesters, and even a few desert caravanners who had found refuge here assembled at the courtyard's center, faces pale with alarm. The village elder, Song Elder Chen, raised a hand. "Listen," he called. The watchtower horn sounds for an approaching force. The eastern ridge glows with hundreds of torches, and we see the outline of cloaked riders moving swiftly toward the river crossing. Jade's heart thundered. Mercenaries. Or something else. Mei shaded her eyes. Too many riders for a small patrol. This is either an entire battalion or spirits riding within mists, as the nomad sorcerer might command. Aunt Wu strode to Jade's side, pressing Ling Hua's satchel into her hand. "Take her and find safe shelter beneath the hallowed well. I will gather the other infants. For now, we must hold the courtyard and prepare to meet whatever comes." Fa and Yoon rushed to the front gate, weapons in hand. Jade, with Ling Hua in her arms, followed Aunt Wu and the other mothers across the courtyard toward the monastery's ancient stone cistern revered as the hallowed well. It was a cavernous pit lined with carved runes that, when invoked, could conceal children within a pocket dimension sealed by moon water. Jade hesitated at the well's edge, inhaling the scent of damp earth and lotus. She gazed down as pale moonlight pooled at the bottom, swirling with lotus petals. "Jade," Aunt Wu whispered, "quarter turn of your satchel's cord, whisper the incantation, and Ling Hua will be hidden from mortal and spirit alike until we rescue her." Jade bowed her head, reciting the chant as taught by old song, Lotus heart, conceal light, within moon's silent night. She untied one loop of the silk cord, letting it slip around Linghua's wrist, and closed her eyes. A soft ripple of light emanated from the satchel, drawing Linghua gently from Jade's arms into the swirling pool of moon water. Jade felt Linghua's small hand slip loose, then a quiet hush as her baby was swallowed by the well's glow. Tears stung Jade's eyes, but she held her composure. "My sweet child, I will bring you back," she vowed, her voice steady despite the ache in her chest. Aunt Wu followed next with a lantern-held child, sending him into the well's depths. Each mother, one by one, repeated the ritual safety for their children sealed by Moonfall's wards. Awe shone in Jade's eyes as the well's surface stilled with each hidden form, tiny laughter and soft yawns echoed faintly, reminding her of life's fragile pulse. Finally, the hallowed well held its last secret, and a final child, a tiny orphan boy with tear-streaked cheeks, looked back at Jade with fearful eyes before disappearing beneath the light. No sooner had the last child vanished when a thunderous roar shook the earth, the eastern ridge erupted in a torrent of spectral riders, horses' hooves striking sparks against the rocks. Countless lanterns bobbed through the darkness, revealing them as sandhawk mercenaries mounted in dusty turbans and armed with curved scimitars. But within their ranks was something else, figures robed in midnight blue, their faces hidden beneath wide-brimmed hats, chanting in low, measured breaths. Between them, pale luminescent mist formed swirling shapes, coalescing into half-glimpsed phantoms of armored riders, their faces obscured by shadow. Jade staggered back, horror flooding her eyes. "The spirit riders," she whispered. "The nomad sorcerer's magic is woven into their ranks." Mei gripped Jade's elbow. "We must buy time until Brother Yun and Fa can close the wards completely." Aunt Wu snapped her fingers, signaling the mothers to retreat to the monastery's inner cloister. Jade stood at the threshold of the courtyard, arms outstretched as though daring the riders to come. "If you wish to bring me to my knees, you will find I bend like the bamboo, but do not break." The spirit riders spurred forward, shimmering half in moonlight, half in gloom. Their horses' hooves made no sound when they struck the ground, and their scimitars flickered as though forged from pale moonbeams. As they neared, Jade chanted an old protective invocation beneath her breath, one her mother had taught her in childhood. "Lotus, rise from fetid mud. Cleanse the earth in petals white. Keep the storm beyond these gates. Bind the darkness in the night." At her voice, the courtyard's ward salt lines and moonflower petals began to glow with fierce radiance. A low hum resonated as Jade's chant intertwined with the wards, amplifying their potency. The spirit riders halted at the courtyard's edge, their leader an indigo-robed figure with silver tattoos coiling across a pale face raising a hand to still them. Jade realized with a pang that this leader must be Haru, the envoy who had attacked them before. Haru's voice slid across the courtyard like a chill breeze. "You defy Lady Mei-ling, River Mother. You stand before an empire's might, both mortal and spirit. Surrender your warded children, and perhaps mercy will follow." Jade's resolve solidified like tempered steel. She raised her chin and beckoned to the monastery doors. "If you want the children, you will have to tear this village apart, Haru's ghostly grin flickered. Very well. See how long your feeble wards hold. Spirit riders, advance. At Haru's command, the spectral horsemen surged forward, half-solid shapes erupting through the ward's glow. Their scimitars slashed at the air, slicing through wards like wind through silk. Jade felt the ward tremble as if it were a living thing in agony. Fa and Yun emerged from the monastery gates, their eyes blazing with determination. Fa spun a circular talisman on a chain, a lotus emblem suffused with pale blue light, and hurled it toward the sky. It exploded into a spray of glittering lotus petals that rained down upon the spirit riders, briefly binding them in threads of light. Yun raised the gifted scroll of radiant lotus incantations and began reciting its words in a resonant chant. Each syllable rang like a bell, causing the spectral riders to recoil. Haru's face contorted with fury, her pale eyes blazing as she thrust her scimitar toward the glowing wards. But Fa stepped forward, driving the emissary back with a sweeping strike of his staff. Not so fast, Haru, he snarled. Moonfalls will stand strong. Haru sneered, her scimitar gleaming against the ward's radiance. Then die with your children, mortal. She spun away, gesturing to her riders. The spirit cavalry reformed, surging toward Jade's line. Jade raised her hands, clutching Linghua's satchel of lotus wards, and cried, "By moon's light and lotus bloom, we banish your phantom gloom." A blinding flash erupted as Jade's protective invocation merged with Silver Dove's mirror's celestial light. The ground quaked, the spirit riders screamed more in anguish than in battle as they were pulled backward through a swirling vortex of white lotus petals and pale moon water. Each spectral horse and rider dissolved into motes of luminous dust that scattered into the night sky like ghosts returning to the void. Haru stumbled at the courtyard's threshold, her indigo robe slick with sorrow. "This is not over, Jade," she hissed, voice trembling with a bitterness Jade had never heard. "Lady Mei Ling's vengeance is a tide that no ward can hold back forever." And with that chilling doubt, Haru and the surviving sandhawks retreated beyond the war-torn ward, leaving behind the echo of clattering hooves and a faint residue of frost. Silence blanketed the courtyard. Jade's knees gave way, she collapsed against the glowing salt lines, breathless with relief and dread. Mei and Aunt Wu knelt at her side, cradling Linghua as Fa and Yun refolded the radiant lotus scroll. Jade pressed Linghua's satchel to her chest and whispered a prayer, "My daughter, tonight you are safe. Tomorrow, we stand again." Within the hallowed well, the infants slept soundly, unaware of how close they had come to peril. Outside the monastery gates, the moon dipped behind a cloud, leaving a single star a flicker of hope as the only witness to Moonfall's triumph. Jade rose with renewed determination. Their village would face Lady Mei Ling's wrath once more, but for every darkness she unleashed, Moonfall would stand firmer, a lotus blossom refusing to bow, even as storms raged around it. Dawn's first light filtered through the bamboo grove, casting long, cool shadows across the courtyard of Moonfall village. Jade rose from her mat inside the small cottage, lingering for a moment to cradle Linghua's sleeping form before gathering her strength for another day of vigilance. Outside, Mei and Aunt Wu were already at work loading baskets of lotus petals, salt, and crushed moonflower into a low wagon, while Brother Yun and Fa knelt by a folded scroll of radiant lotus. Incantations atop a stone stump near the warded entrance to the hallowed well. The aftermath of the previous night's assault still lingered in the air like a delicate perfume of smoke and lotus ash. Small fragments of spectral residue, pale motes that glimmered faintly in the early light, dusted the salt lines and the cracks between clay bricks. Where the spirit riders had fallen back, the radiant lotus wards remained strong, humming with the power of old songs, enchantments, and Jade's unwavering resolve. Now, the village faced both physical and spiritual exhaustion. Some farmers complained of nightmares as they returned to their fields. A few mothers discovered their infants fussing as though haunted by residual whispers, and scattered families hesitated at the threshold of their homes, fearful of any shadows that moved too quickly. Fa looked up from the scroll. "Brother Yun, do you believe we have weakened the nomad sorcerer's influence sufficiently?" Yun traced a finger along the faded ink characters, the edges of the parchment worn from nightly readings. "His power relies upon two things, fear and sacrifice. Last night, the lack of an offered child prevented him from anchoring his spirit. But our wards, though strong now, will wane without constant renewal. We must renew every ward before the next quarter moon or risk a new incursion." May stepped forward, wiping her palms on the hem of her robes. "Then we begin today. Every household must replenish its wards with fresh lotus petals and salt, infused with the radiant lotus script." She gestured toward the orchard's edge where a small group of villagers, heads scarves tied tight, gathered buckets of water from the mist fall spring water known for its purity and subtle magical properties. "We will blend the water with crushed moonflower and recite the incantation as each ward is rest-edged." Aunt Wu, standing at the head of the hallowed well, added gently, "And I will instruct the midwives in a new lullaby, a protective chant that echoes the radiant lotus script, so that every child's cry becomes a barrier against darkness." She looked at Ling Hua's bassinet, where the infant now lay awake, cooing softly. Ling Hua's voice may be the truest ward of all, an unbroken lullaby that weaves through every corner of this village. Jade nodded, brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. She tied her robe sash more firmly and turned to Brother Yun. "I will accompany you to the southern rice terraces later today. The villagers there have begun to plant lotus seedlings. If we infuse those terraces with radiant lotus incantations, we can expand the wards even further. Their farmland will become both fertile and sacred." Yun inclined his head. "A wise decision. But we must return before darkness, for the nomad sorcerer's shadow is never far behind." With that, the five of them divided responsibilities. Fa and Yun set out toward the southern terraces to personally guide the planting of warded lotus, while Jade, May, Aunt Wu, and a handful of volunteers began revisiting every home in Moonfall Village. Children, some as young as 3, others older, stood hidden behind doorways or peered curiously from windows as Jade and May knelt to offer a small bowl of lotus-infused tea to each household head. "Drink this," Jade said softly to each weary face, "that you may remain vigilant. Do not fear the nomad sorcerer's whispers." May laid a gentle hand on the shoulders of mothers, showing them how to take the radiant lotus scrolls characters and imprint them onto small slips of paper. Aunt Wu sang the new lullaby as they worked, her clear voice threading through the narrow lanes like a warm promise. Moonlight dances on petals white. Draw the darkness from our sight. Keep our children safe and whole. Lotus heart, unbreakable soul. By mid-morning, the sound of hammering echoed from wooden gates where villagers renailed posts and sealed cracks with fresh plaster mixed with crushed moonflower. Everywhere Jade looked, the radiant lotus script glowed faintly beneath drying plaster, casting a subtle shimmer in the sun's gentle rays. Throughout the central plaza, the elders assembled at the prayer bell near the White Lotus Monastery. Lady Songzia, perched upon her worn dais of scented sandalwood, raised a bony finger. Today, moonfall stands stronger. Yet we must remember that darkness does not slumber. We must fortify not only our gates and wards but our hearts. She tapped the bell once. Its echo rippled like ripples on a still pond. Who among you will volunteer to stand watch at the northern gate tonight? We must guard the river crossing, for if the nomad sorcerer cannot breach our wards in the orchard, he may attempt to flood the village with malevolent spirits via the water. A hush fell. A middle-aged fisherman named Wei stepped forward. His broad shoulders were hunched from years of hauling nets, and his weary eyes betrayed many sleepless nights. I will go, Elder Songzia. I have confidence in the wards, but vigilance is the only true safeguard. Brother Yun placed a steady hand on Wei's shoulder. You will not stand alone. Fa and I will join you. Together, we form an unbreakable chain. Wei bowed. Then I serve moonfall. My nets may be empty, but my heart is full. As the volunteers dispersed to strengthen the southern terraces and reinforce the water lanterns along the riverbank, Silver Dove approached Jade and May near a wooden cart laden with salted lotus petals. Her white veil billowed behind her in the afternoon breeze. My friends, she whispered, I bring urgent news from the eastern highlands. A wounded scout arrived at dusk bearing word that a caravan of dark merchants is en route, carrying confiscated little ones from villages further south. They move under the nomad sorcerer's banner, claiming he has decreed that children born without lawful fathers be sold into bondage if not sacrificed for his rights. Jade's heart sank. They plan to harvest children before they can even learn a lullaby. Silver Dove's eyes glittered with resolve. That is precisely why we must expand our sanctuary beyond moonfall. I have arranged for a hidden dock on the far side of Mist Lake. When the river is high, small craft can slip through the reeds and take children to safety along the western shore. If we establish smugglers' passages, we can begin accepting exiled children from neighboring hamlets. May's jaw tightened as she considered the perilous journey ahead. But every ally we send risks exposure. Lady Mailing's skirmishers patrol the valleys, and the nomad sorcerer's spy-wise familiars lurk in the reeds. Yet we cannot let fear stifle us. We must be the river that nourishes every child, not a dam that drowns them in silence. Jade nodded resolutely. Then tonight, we finalize the network. I will remain here at the northern border to protect Ling Hua and the infants in the hallowed well. May, Aunt Wu, Silver Dove, and I will dispatch 2 small boats to Mist Lake at dusk, taking only children already hidden. We will send word by Falcon Bear, a trained kestrel that Fa keeps at the monastery, so that neighboring villages know Moonfall's sanctuary awaits. Aunt Wu smiled gently at Jade. You are a true lotus, rooted in mud but blossoming under the sun. Your compassion will guide us through every shadow. With their roles decided, the 4 women and Silver Dove set about preparing small boats and gathering provisions, dried lotus buns, rice, sweet mandarin slices, and vials of concentrated snow lotus. Wine for emergencies. Meanwhile, Jade's thoughts kept drifting to Ling Hua's swaddled form within the hallowed well. She craved to hold her daughter but understood that Ling Hua's safety depended on the ward's magic. Each mother's heart thumped in solidarity, yet also in agonizing separation. By mid-afternoon, Fa returned from the southern terraces, his robe stained with lotus pollen and river silt. The radiant lotus incantations have taken root, he announced. Last night's wards held against a probing of shadow wolf spirit hounds that the nomad sorcerer sends to test defenses. Now the wolves howl only at the periphery, unable to cross our wards. Jade exhaled with relief. Then Wei's watch tonight will be among allies, not prey. Fa nodded. Still, Lady Mei Ling grows desperate. She sent Haru back with the threat: if Moonfall resists again, she will poison the Mistfall spring. If the water that feeds the rice terraces and our wells is tainted, the village will starve or be forced to flee. We must protect the spring at all costs. The news weighed heavily on Jade. The Mistfall spring was the lifeblood of Moonfall, flowing from the mountains like a silver thread, nourishing the orchid farms and lotus paddies. To poison it was to sever the village's heart. Jade wiped sweat from her brow. Then tonight, when I stand watch at the northern gate with Wei and Yun, I will send Fa to guard the spring's source. With Silver Dove's aid, we shall hide in the shadows until any who approach carry their own ruin. Fa bowed. I will depart at first light for the spring. I will not let Lady Mei Ling's poison touch a single drop. As dusk settled, a deep indigo spreading across the sky, Moonfall prepared for departure. Jade watched from the monastery's balcony as Mei and Aunt Wu led the children, one by one, into small wooden skiffs by the edge of Mist Lake. Silver Dove steered the lead boat, her needle-sharp eyes constantly scanning the reeds. The children, bundled in lotus-scented blankets, stared in wonder at their reflection upon the still water. Mei whispered blessings to each child as they passed, pressing a tiny salt ward into each infant's swaddle. The final boat carried Silver Dove's own secret charges, orphans from Silk Grove, hastily hidden beneath their cloaks to escape the caravan of dark merchants. Jade's heart ached watching each tender form glide toward a temporary sanctuary beyond the lake's misty veil. Meanwhile, Jade, Brother Yun, and Wei took their positions at the northern gate, where a makeshift palisade of sharpened stakes had been erected. Lanterns hung from macabre spindles of old willow wood, their flickering light dancing across wards chalked upon the gate posts. Jade tightened her grip around Ling Hua's satchel, still with the last motive lotus ward, and murmured the lullaby beneath her breath. Moonlight whispers on lotus bloom. Keep the shadows far from this room. Guard the child with gentle might. Let her bring dawn after the night. A low howl echoed from the hills to the east, sending a shiver through the trio. A crescent moon hung overhead, feeble but resolute, mirroring the determination in their eyes. Hours passed before the first sign of the caravan appeared, a distant chorus of hoofs and the muted rumble of wagons. At their head rode Haru once more, her indigo robes dancing like living shadows. The dark merchants followed, their camels cloaked in midnight-colored blankets, their drivers' grim silhouettes hunched atop beast and wagon. The caravan halted at the border of the terrace, confused by the intricate lattice of wards and banishing sigils etched into every plank and field boundary. Haru dismounted, sweeping a pale braid over her shoulder, her circular mirror in hand. She tapped the reflective surface, calling a half-formed demon an illusory wraith of flickering smoke and coppery claws from her mirror. The demon hovered above her palm, its form shifting like liquid night. Right singer, Haru called, call forth a curse upon the spring. The wraith exhaled a cloud of toxic mist that slithered toward the hills. Wei, standing resolute beside Jade and Yoon, threw a handful of warded salt into the dust. The salt flared with violet radiance, scalding the wraith's form. It recoiled, screeching as the wards drove it back into Haru's mirror, which shattered in a burst of luminescent shards. Haru howled and lunged for Jade, but Jade sidestepped, pressing Linghua's satchel to her heart and chanting with all the force of her spirit. Lotus stem and lotus seed. Turn the poison into need. Let no darkness touch this land. Spirit watchers, heed this command. A wave of gentle radiance swept through the terrace fields. The remaining dark merchants recoiled, shielding their eyes. The three village guardians Jade, Yoon, and Wei formed an unbroken line, their incantations intertwining like threads of gold. Haru, face pale and trembling, found herself alone amid a chorus of silent watchers, villagers who had slipped from hidden vantage points to witness the confrontation. Recognizing the futility of further conflict, she backed away, her fury dissolving into reluctant respect. Moonfall's wards stand unbroken, she admitted, voice cracking. Your compassion and strength shame me. I will return only once Lady Mei Ling's wrath is spent. With that final vow, Haru mounted a stray camel and led the caravan into the darkened night. When the threat receded, Jade sank to her knees, cradling Linghua as though her life depended on it. Mei and Aunt Wu emerged from the shadows to embrace her, tears of relief mingling with exhaustion. Brother Yoon exhaled and rolled up the radiant lotus scroll, tucking it safely into his sash. Wei retrieved a water skin from his pack and knelt to pour a single drop of mist-fall spring water into his hand. He dipped his fingertips into the village well's stone basin, distributing the purified water among the defenders. Drink this, he said, that we may celebrate our victory and remain mindful of tomorrow's trials. Under the crescent moon, Moonfall Village breathed a collective sigh of gratitude. The wards, renewed by love and sacrifice, glowed faintly along every path, every homestead, every child's cradle. Towers of lamplit lotus floated upon the once still mist lake, guiding silver dove skiffs back to the shore as dawn approached. Jade, clad in her simple linen robes, watched the returning boats, tears glistening in her eyes as each child stepped onto the dock safe, sheltered, and bathed in the first rays of morning. In that silent moment, Jade understood that Moonfall's true power lay not in words or scrolls, but in the hearts of its people. As long as they remained united mother to mother, child to child, willow to bamboo, no curse, no decree, no shadow could extinguish their light. And though the path ahead remained fraught with peril, as long as Jade's arms held Linghua and her voice sang of lotus blossoms beneath the moon's promise, Moonfall would endure an unbreakable bloom of hope in a world that still whispered of darkness. Mist swirled around the bamboo groves as dawn's first light broke over Moonfall village, lending a soft, silvery glow to the world. Jade rose from her simple reed mat inside her cottage, every muscle in her body heavy with exhaustion, yet her heart pulsed with renewed determination. Linghua slept soundly in her woven bassinet, swaddled in the lotus-scented blanket that had protected her from spirit riders and mercenaries alike. Outside, May and Aunt Wu hurried to prepare a pot of lotus-infused broth, the gentle hiss of boiling liquid a soothing counterpoint to the tension that still clung to the air. Today's task is greater than ever, May murmured as she stirred the broth, her expression resolute. Lady Mei Ling's caravan retreated, but her next move will be cunning. We must not stay here waiting for her attack to come to us. We must carry Moonfall's sanctuary to neighboring villages. Aunt Wu nodded, her gnarled fingers pressing dried lotus petals into a shallow wooden bowl. The infants and young children will remain hidden in the hallowed well until their guardians know they are safe. But Silver Dove and I will travel to Silk Grove village to spread word of Moonfall's refuge. We need to establish more sister sanctuaries, places where exiled mothers and river children can find safety. Jade knelt beside May, her gaze steady as she looked at the steaming broth. I will join you and Silver Dove. Lantern-lit boats can carry us across Mist Lake, and from there we will follow hidden forest paths. My arms ache to protect Linghua, but Linghua needs Moonfall's light to expand beyond these walls. I cannot remain idle. May placed a gentle hand on Jade's shoulder. Your place is here as one of Moonfall's guardians, but your compassion must shine further. I will stay with Linghua and maintain the northern wards. This journey will bring word of sanctuary to others, but it also places you in danger. Take Fa and Brother Yun with you, no one else. You must travel swiftly, covertly, and avoid Lady Mei Ling's spies. Jade exhaled, nodding. Then we leave at first light. The lantern boats will be waiting on the Mist Lake's eastern shore. Silver Dove has concealed them beneath floating lotus leaves. Aunt Wu handed Jade a folded silk wrap containing a warded talisman inlaid with radiant lotus script. Tuck this beneath your robes. If you are threatened by dark sorcery, the talisman's light will guide you back to Moonfall's wards. Fa, who had stepped into the doorway in silent readiness, bowed his head. I am honored to accompany you, Jade. Wherever the road leads, I will stand at your side. Brother Yun added, I will accompany Silver Dove to Silk Grove to ensure she reaches there safely. Then I will return to Moonfall to bolster the wards and train more defenders. The four of them, Jade, Silver Dove, Fa, and Brother Yun, crossed the courtyard amid a chorus of whispered farewells from villagers. Elder Songxia, seated upon her dais by the White Lotus Monastery, nodded gravely as they passed. A line of mothers carried infant satchels filled with warded lotus petals and salt, pressing them into the departing hands of Jade and Silver Dove. Each mother's tear-streaked eyes shone with both hope and sorrow, the unspoken promise that Moonfall's sanctuary would not forget them, and that Jade's journey was also their journey. As they passed through the gate, the morning sun fully emerged, gilding the rice terraces with a warm glow. Mist hugged the water's surface, drifting like spectral hands reaching for the sky. Jade led the way to a narrow stone pier fringed with lotus patties. Lena, Moonfall's skilled boatride, had hidden 3 slender boats beneath floating mats of lotus leaves. Their hulls were painted in pale hues of lotus white and soft indigo, and each boat bore a warded lotus emblem carved into its prow. Meantime, Silver Dove slipped aboard the first boat and unfurled a small lamp engraved with radiant lotus script. When lit, the lamp glowed with a gentle, pulsating blue light that would guide the concealed boats through the lake's twisting channels. May and Aunt Wu stood at the water's edge to bid them farewell, May's voice cracking as she called, "May the lotus spirit guide your path. Return safely with news of new refuges." Jade dipped her hand into the water, gathering a handful of mist-fall spring water, and flicked it toward her mother's face, offering both blessing and farewell. Aunt Wu pressed a small porcelain vial into Jade's hand. "Oil from the blood lotus, 1 drop behind each ear, will protect you from the nomad sorcerer's illusions. Drink this tea before you rest tonight, it will keep your mind clear." Jade and Silver Dove each took one of the vials and tucked it within their robes, as Fa and Brother Yun secured supplies in the other 2 boats. Jade stepped into the first vessel, Ling Hua's protective ward nestled close, Silver Dove followed. Fa and Brother Yun took positions at the bows of the other 2 boats, ready to pull them through the shallow, reed-filled water. The gentle sound of oars pushing against the glassy lake was almost hypnotic. Lotus petals drifted on the water's surface like confetti, each one imbued with protective magics. Jade's eyes lingered on Moonfall's distant silhouette, the white pagoda of the monastery, the thatched rooftops of cottages, and the faint shimmer of ward light still glowing on the southern terrace. As they slipped beneath a canopy of weeping willows, Jade felt a tug at her heart. She carried with her not only her infant daughter but the hopes of every mother and child sheltered in Moonfall. By midday, they reached the far side of Mist Lake, where the banks were overgrown with water lilies and tulies so thick that no ordinary boat could pass without significant labor. Brother Yun tapped the radiant lotus lamp twice, its glow intensified, pressing a tide of gentle light through the dense reeds. "Follow the lamp's glow," Yun instructed the boatman, "and you will find a hidden passage." Sure enough, the lotus-induced glow revealed a narrow channel winding beneath low-hanging boughs, their leaves dripping with mist. Each stroke of the oar parted the reeds, and for a moment the water's surface reflected only the shimmering lamp and the pale sky. As they emerged into a hidden cove, tiny fishing huts came into view, raised on stilts above the water and strung with nets drying mysteriously between wooden poles. Fishermen, clad in faded indigo robes, paused their work to offer bows and whispered blessings. Jade stepped onto a small wooden dock that jutted into the cove, Ling Hua cradled in her arms. The fishermen, simple, wary men who rarely welcomed strangers, pressed offerings into her hands, baskets of freshwater lotus roots and dried cigarettes made from lotus buds. One weathered fisherman named Taro bowed low. Lady Jade of Moonfall, we have heard of your light. My nets now rest until nightfall, for we fear the nomad sorcerer's shadow on the water. Jade inclined her head graciously. Your hearts are brave. This cove will be our way to Silk Grove. We will not overstay. Spread word that Moonfall's sanctuary awaits any child in need. The fishermen nodded, retreating discreetly to continue their work in small clusters, eyes always flicking toward shore for signs of pursuers. As the sun dipped toward the western horizon, casting the cove in honeyed light, Jade, Silver Dove, Fa, and Brother Yoon prepared to embark once more. Silver Dove retrieved a small copper horn carved with a lotus emblem from her satchel. If Lady Mailing's spies approach, I will blow this horn. Its note will travel beyond these bays to alert our allies. Jade's voice was steady. Then we depart at once. Silk Grove is but 3 days' journey north through the Whispering Pine Path. We must not linger. They set off through a winding network of waterways bordered by overgrown papyrus and flooded rice paddies. Night fell as they reached the Whispering Pine Path, a narrow forest trail where towering pine trees arched overhead, their needles whispering secrets in every breeze. Fa and Brother Yoon kept watch as they guided the boats along small tributaries that slipped into the forest, each branch dripping with damp scents of moss and pine resin. The air was thick with insects droning, punctuated by the occasional echoing call of a nightjar. At midnight, as they emerged from the northernmost tributary into a small clearing, Brother Yoon held up a hand. Silver Dove produced a scroll of radiant lotus incantations from her bosom. We must perform a quick renewal of the wards here, she said, unrolling the parchment across a flat stone table set beneath a moonlit bough. Jade pressed a handful of crushed moonflower into the scroll's fold, and Yoon began reciting the script in a voice both reverent and commanding. Lotus root, lotus bloom. Bind the night with radiant plume. Let no darkened spirit pass this gate. Keep all children safe from fate. As they chanted, pale lotus petal gloss appeared over the clearing's edges, almost like a shimmering curtain. Jade felt a surge of warmth wash through her, as though welcomes of every mother and child across the valley were flowing through the words. Once the incantation was complete, the clearing grew hush, as if even the wind had paused to witness the ward's renewal. Now we press on, Brother Yoon said quietly. By dawn, Silk Grove will be within our reach. They packed the scroll and extinguished the radiant lotus lamp. The boats were hauled from the shallow waters and dismantled shares stowed in small, linen-wrapped bundles strapped to Fa's back, while the vessels themselves were hidden beneath moss and fallen pines. Jade and Silver Dove clasped hands briefly. I will be your eyes and ears at Silk Grove, Silver Dove said. Send for me once Moonfall's walls grow too narrow. We will ferry more children under Mist Lake's cover. Jade nodded solemnly. And I will bring word of safe passage for mothers who cannot walk the path alone. Silver Dove tucked away her horn and rose. They set off on foot, following a narrow dirt track that wound through the forest floor, tangled with pine needles and dotted with luminous fungi. Cold mushrooms sprouted at tree bases, glowing faintly blue, lending an otherworldly light to the forest. Occasionally, a A rustle of movement, perhaps a nocturnal deer or a pine marten, skittered across the path, reminding them that unseen life thrived in the hush of the woods. By the second day of travel, after fording shallow streams and crossing gentle ridges where mountain winds urged them forward, they arrived at the outskirts of Silk Grove village. It lay in a broad valley lined with plum orchards, the trees heavy with ripening fruit that perfumed the air with a delicate sweetness. Stone cottages clustered lazily around a central pavilion draped with banners depicting luminous silver cranes, symbols of resilience and loyalty. Smoke rose from chimneys as a handful of villagers noticed their approach, fishermen dragging nets from the river, orchard workers loading baskets of sweet plums onto wheelbarrows. Yoon led them to a modest home near the village's edge, where a slender woman with loose, salt and pepper hair greeted them. She wore a simple linen robe embroidered with a stylized lotus, a mark identifying her as the village's elder healer. "Sister Yoon, Jade of Moonfall returns with company," she said, her eyes warm. "I am Sister Mariko. The Lightkeepers await you." Jade and Silver Dove bowed respectfully. Sister Mariko's cottage door opened, revealing rows of jars containing dried lotus petals, moonflower blossoms, and the faint flicker of Warden's lamp behind latticed windows proved that Silk Grove was more than a simple village. It was already a bastion against darkness. Inside, brothers and sisters of the Lightkeepers, a small monastic order sworn to protect exiled mothers and river children, gathered around a hearth where a teapot of lotus tea steamed in a carved iron cauldron. A tall elder knelt at the hearth, her robes patterned with swirling vines and protective runes. "Since Moonfall's wards held against the nomad sorcerer's incursion, we have awaited your arrival," she began, her voice resonant like wind through reed beds. "We carry scrolls of warded water chants that bind the river to truth and safeguard children born without fleshly law. But we need your radiant lotus script to complete the ritual." Brother Yoon produced the radiant lotus scroll carefully from his sash. The elder's eyes gleamed. "With this, we can consecrate the village well and the river that feeds our orchard. No poison or dark curse can take root here." As a hush fell, Jade set Ling Hua on a low wooden stool near the hearth. The infant reached for the jade talisman beneath her swaddle, as though sensing the sisterhood's power converging. Jade knelt beside her, fingers trembling as she spoke softly, "My child, may these new wards weave a tapestry of sanctuary across every village where your kin may hide." Silver Dove produced her copper horn and blew a single, clear note that echoed outside, reverberating off stone walls and orchard crates, a summons to any mother or child who still sought freedom's refuge. Throughout the next hour, Jade, Silver Dove, Brother Yoon, and Fa became the center of a vibrant flurry of activity. Younger Lightkeepers unfurled fresh scrolls of warded water on a stone altar, while elder healers held jade chalices filled with mistfall spring water. They added crushed lotus petals and moonflower blooms, chanting the radiant lotus script in concert until the chamber's air pulsed with saffron-scented fragrance. Fa distributed small pouches of salty lotus wards to each Lightkeeper, who braided them into sickles of burlap that would be hung above wells and springs in Silk Grove. Meanwhile, Silver Dove took Jade's arm, guiding her through a narrow corridor to a side chamber where a small group of refugee mothers waited in dim lamplight. Some held infants in swaddles, others clasped their bellies in late pregnancy, eyes heavy with both relief and fatigue. A young mother named Suki bowed, tears shining. Sister Jade, my child was born behind a wattle hut in the West Valley hamlet. We fled the caravan of dark merchants, but my husband was captured. We fled at night with nothing but a bundle of lotus flowers. Jade knelt, falling to one knee before Suki, and pressed her own talisman into Suki's palm. Take this ward. It will guide you to Moonfall's shores when the time comes. Until then, Silk Grove's arms are open. We will do everything within our power to rescue your husband. Other mothers emerged from the shadows, some clutching crumpled satchels, others carrying bamboo baskets of freshly cut lotus stems. Each offered Suki's story and their own plea for sanctuary. Sister Mariko, standing nearby, placed a gentle hand on Suki's shoulder. Tonight we celebrate the feast of the White Lotus, when the river reflects a white blossom upon the water. Under that moonlight, Silk Grove's waters will flow free of curse or poison, and any mother who brings her child to the bridge at dusk may cross safely to one of Moonfall's sister sanctuaries. Jade and Silver Dove shared a look of mutual determination. Then we will depart Silk Grove at dusk to Moonfall, Jade said quietly. To deliver all these mothers' children safely. Silver Dove nodded. And I will ride ahead with Fa to ensure the path remains clear. Tonight's ceremony at Moonfall will be more than a celebration. It will be a testament to our unbreakable bond. By late afternoon, as the sky turned pale gold, Fa, Brother Yun, and Jade gathered on the roof of Sister Mariko's cottage to survey the valley. Plum orchards stretched to the east, their branches heavy with ripening fruit. Beyond them, the river glinted like liquid starlight. In the distance, the silhouette of Mist Lake shimmered between hills. Blade-shrouded shadows drifted across the fields, evidence of Lady Mei Ling's scouts probing for signs of magical activity. They linger, Fa whispered. We have only a few precious hours before they circle back. Jade exhaled, steadying her breathing. Then we have our plan. At sunset's bell, lightkeepers and refugee mothers will walk in single file to the western ford. Silver Dove and Fa will lead them, using the copper horn's call to rally any lost stragglers. Brother Yun will remain in Silk Grove to finish warding the well, ensuring that any poison Lady Mei Ling tries to cast on our water will be rendered inert. I will return to Moonfall to prepare the Feast of the White Lotus, readying the hallowed well and the orchard gates to receive our sisters and their children. Night fell in folds of deep indigo, the first stars winking to life. Jade and Fa carried a single boat across the river's narrow band, and as they helped Silver Dove load each infant into the vessel, the copper horn's final call echoed gently across the orchard. Lotus white upon the tide. Bring these children to our side. Let no darkness follow where parents' love shall build our prayer. One by one, the wooden boat drifted across the river's current, each child nestled in a lotus-scented blanket. The water lapped softly at the sides of the boat, carrying them toward Moonfall's waiting embrace. Far overhead, a lone owl called again, as though heralding their passage under a watchful spirit's eye. At Moonfall, Jade greeted each returning boat beneath the grand arch of willow boughs that lined the riverbank. Mei and Aunt Wu stood nearby, alongside a circle of mothers who had waited through dusk's hush, eyes brimming with gratitude and exhaustion. As each boat beached upon the river's edge, Jade knelt to receive each infant, scanning their faces as if memorizing each future they now pledged to protect. She fastened small bundles of warded salt petals around each child's wrist, tiny bracelets of hope that echoed the radiant lotus script's gentle glow. Behind them, the hallowed well's wards pulsed with light. Within its depths, all of Moonfall's hidden infants and toddlers slept peacefully, cocooned in the well's protective pocket. The village hearths blazed with fires that would last through midnight, ensuring the feast's lanterns would burn long into the night. Elder Songzia lifted a bamboo ladle containing mist-fall spring water, bearing it to Jade's hands. "Bless these waters," she intoned, "that no poison may ever still their flow." Jade dipped a finger and flicked the water across the wrists of each newborn, anointing them as living blossoms of Moonfall's sanctuary. As the Feast of the White Lotus began, villagers lit thousands of lotus-shaped lanterns suspended from willow limbs and boughs above the river, their reflections dancing in the water like hundreds of tiny blossoms. The scent of braised lotus root stew, sweet plum cakes, and stewed gingerbread curled through the air, mingling with the faint aroma of incense and lotus petals. Mothers cradled infants, many for the first time setting eyes upon the full moon's silver arc, a symbol of new beginnings and unbreakable bonds. Jade stood alongside May, Silver Dove, Fa, and Brother Yoon in the center of the main pavilion, their hands intertwined. Silver Dove faced the crowd of newly arrived mothers and refugees and spoke softly, "You have traveled far, through shadows and perils, to arrive here under the White Lotus's light. Moonfall and Silk Grove stand as sisters in sanctuary. Tonight, under this moon's glow, let us swear that no child born without father's law shall be forced to hide in night's shadow again. We will bind our villages in a necklace of refuge that no dark sorcerer or tyrant can sever." A hush fell, broken only by a single mother's whispered prayer, an echo of every mother's vow. Lanterns glowed brighter, as though responding to her words. From atop a small platform near the hallowed well, Brother Yoon began the final incantation of the night, blending Silk Grove's warded water chants with Moonfall's radiant lotus script. "In waters pure and petals white, let no poison taint our sight. Lotus bonds our hearts as one. Darkness flees before the sun." As he spoke the last words, the well's surface shimmered with a pearl-like gleam, and a gentle tremor ran through the earth, as if the land itself were reaffirming its vow to shield every innocent life. The crowd exhaled collectively, lungs filled with relief, hearts filled with hope. Jade looked down at Linghua sleeping in her arms, moonlight tracing her delicate features. She gently kissed the newborn's forehead. "Linghua, your mother's heart has helped build this refuge. We have carried your light across the valley. And now, under this white lotus moon, we pledge to keep it burning for all children who need a home." May placed a warm hand on Jade's back, and Aunt Wu offered a silent prayer at her side. Silver Dove lifted her small silver mirror overhead, catching the moon's light and sending a scattering of prismatic sparks across the pavilion, an affirmation of their union. In that luminous moment, as the Feast of the White Lotus reached its crescendo, Jade felt an unspoken certainty, though Lady Mei Ling's wrath might blaze hot and dark, the shared hope and compassion of countless mothers would form an unbreakable chain, one that even the nomad sorcerer's dark currents could not sever. And so, as the lanterns floated like gentle stars upon the river's surface, Moonfall's journey of sanctuary extended in every direction into Silk Grove, Mist Lake Cove, and onward until every river child found a safe harbor under the protective petals of the radiant lotus. The dawn after the feast of the White Lotus dawned clear and crisp over Moonfall Village, its grey mists retreating under the gentle warmth of morning light. Jade awoke within her small cottage to the familiar hush of the courtyard, broken only by the soft cooing of doves in the monastery eaves. Ling Hua lay cradled in her arms, still swaddled in the lotus-scented blanket, the jade talisman beneath her swaddle glowed faintly with the lingering ward's warmth. Jade's heart swelled at the sight of her daughter's peaceful face. For a moment, she felt that Moonfall's sanctuary could endure any tempest. But the world outside continued to turn, and fate was not so easily stilled. From beyond the stone arch at the courtyard's entrance, a distant rumble came, a grinding of earth and the crackle of distant wind. Jade rose carefully, pressing Ling Hua against her breast and heading outside. The courtyard's ward lines of salt and crushed moonflower, renewed by last night's ceremony, still glowed with faint radiance beneath the low autumn sun. Yet as Jade stepped onto the pathway, she sensed a change. The air felt heavy, as though truth itself had grown blunt. At the center of the courtyard stood Brother Yun and Fa, alongside Silver Dove. All three wore grave expressions as they studied a tattered crimson banner pinned to the main gate. The banner bore Lady Mei Ling's stylized seal, a lotus crossed by a serpentine blade emblazoned in dark ink that seemed to writhe in the light. Beneath the seal, in elegant script, was a single message. Its waters run shallow and its petals wilt. Deliver Ling Hua and every river child to my command by sundown, or I will consume Moonfall's spring and drown your wards in venom. Lady Mei Ling. Jade's breath caught in her throat. The direct threat bore both cruelty and cunning. To poison the Mistfall spring was to sever Moonfall's lifeblood. Without the spring's water, the rice terraces would wither, the wells would run dry, and even the wards, no matter how purely brewed, could not stand against the land's desperate thirst. We have mere hours, Brother Yun said quietly, tucking the scroll of warded water beneath his robes. She strikes at our source, knowing the wards cannot hold against poisoned water. We must act swiftly if we are to save Moonfall. Mei and Aunt Wu joined them now, each clasping Jade's hands in silent solidarity. Aunt Wu's eyes, once wide with relief, were now narrowed with determination. We cannot allow Lady Mei Ling to starve these children of life. The spring must be defended. Silver Dove unrolled a new scroll beneath Jade's gaze. Its parchment was thick and coarse, hand-dyed with charcoal and lacquered for resilience. Scrawled across its length were unfamiliar runes used in the ancient rite of water spirit binding. These are the final wards of Silk Grove's elders. When chanted over Mistfall Spring's source, they will purify it and transform any poison into harmless mist. But the ritual demands that one stand within the spring, pouring water from a sacred lotus chalice, while the words are spoken. Jade traced the runes with her fingertips. Who will volunteer for such a task? The cursed water may overwhelm anyone who stands within it. She recalled how Lady Mei Ling's threats had driven sisters to madness in lesser villages. Once their water was lost, their hope evaporated. Fa clenched his fists, his jaw setting. I will do it. I've faced spirit riders and dark merchants. This cannot be worse than the sorcerer's ward. If I stand at the source with the chalice, reciting the rite of water spirit binding, I will prove stronger than her poison. Yoon placed a hand on Fa's shoulder. Your courage is unmatched, but the ritual requires a guardian of bloodline purity, a descendant of Moonfall's founders. Only one born under the true White Lotus moon can bind the waters without succumbing to malefic influence. Jade's heart stilled at Yun's words. She swallowed, realizing what this meant. Lady Mei Ling's ultimatum could only be answered by Jade herself. She was born under the White Lotus moon, attended by Old Song's incantations, and imbued with Moonfall's sacred bond from birth. To defend the spring, Jade would have to stand within its depths, reciting the runes while poison swirled around her ankles. Only the purity of her bloodline and the strength of her will could resist the venom's corruption. Jade, Mei said softly, cradling her daughter. If you bear this burden, we stand at your side in spirit. You carry not only Linghua's light but every mother's hope. Aunt Wu bowed her graying head. I have tended the wards since Jade's birth. I have seen her spirit shine even in darkness. If any can withstand the rite of water spirit binding, it is she. Jade's pulse thundered. She knelt, cradling Linghua against her chest. Then I will stand in the spring. The moment I do, all of you must retreat behind the orchard ward. I will not let Lady Mei Ling's poison claim any child, especially not Linghua. She rose, pressing a tender kiss to Linghua's forehead. My love for you will be my shield. By mid-morning, a procession formed. Silver Dove carried the sacred lotus chalice, a vermilion enameled vessel inlaid with ancient runes. Jade's arms were bound in a cloth of purest white, open at her feet so that the water could swirl around her ankles. Brother Yoon walked alongside with the right scroll, Aunt Wu stayed at the orchard's ward, inflaming its glow with fresh moonflower petals. Mei gathered any lingering infants and guided them toward the hallowed well's entrance. Fa stood at Jade's other side, hand on hilt of a warded dagger, ready to defend her life with his own. At the Mistfall spring source, an outcropping of limestone at the mountain's tip, pure water bubbled from a narrow fissure. It gushed forth in a pale stream, pooling in a shallow basin carved by ancient hands. Lotus roots grew in clumps around its edges, their veins pulsing faintly as though alive. Jade stepped into the basin, cold water swirling against her ankles like spectral fingers. She hoisted the sacred lotus chalice with both hands, its runes glowing with latent power. Brother Yoon opened the scroll, reading aloud. In waters bound by lotus root, bind the poison at its root. By moon-kissed petals pure and bright, turn venom's edge to gentle light. Spirits of stream and spring behold, defy the curse the dark unfolds. By blood of lotus, heart aflame, let poison yield to life's sweet name. As Yoon chanted, Jade recited the second half, her voice steady and unwavering. Lotus chalice, hold me close. Drown corruption at its source. By sacred light and warded song, Return the waters safe and strong. In moonlight's grace, let darkness cease, and grant to all our children peace. The air rippled around them as Jade raised the chalice high. She dipped it into the spring's flow, filling it with cool water that shimmered like liquid silver. When she lifted it again, moonflower petals and crushed salt infused the surface, and the runes on the chalice glowed with an inner blue light. With trembling hands, Jade raised the chalice over her head, chanting the runes once more as she poured the warded water back into the spring's pool. The droplets formed a luminous whirlpool that pulsed with every syllable, stirring lotus petals afloat like glowing petals of hope. Suddenly, a dark ripple crossed the pool's surface, a trace of tar-like residue that curled along the stone basin's edge. Jade's eyes widened, but she did not falter. She continued her chant, stepping deeper so that the water lapped above her ankles, then up to her knees. The poison hissed as it touched the chalice's glow, crumbling into pale ash that swirled away on the current. A sudden tremor rattled the limestone edges of the basin, and Jade nearly lost her balance. Fa sprang forward to steady her, but she waved him away, her gaze fixed on the chalice's vessel. As she recited the final syllable, a shock wave of luminous energy burst forth from the spring. Jade gasped as a gentle warmth flooded her limbs, dispelling the cold poison with radiant lotus blossom light. The air shimmered, and nearby moss and reeds swelled, absorbing the ward's nutrients as though renewed by a life-giving rain. Jade's knees went weak, and she sank to one knee, clutching the chalice against her chest. Yoon knelt beside her, sweeping his free hand through the pool's surface. The poison is gone. The spring's waters returned to purity, he cried, relief ringing in his voice. A muted roar echoed from the valley below Lady Mei Ling's war banner, visible atop a ridge where Dark Cabal carried out a final scouting maneuver, now caught in the wind like a vengeful specter. Displeasure flickered across Jade's face, but she forced herself to remain steady. We must leave now before they descend upon the spring. I will not linger for trophies. Gao prostrated himself at Jade's feet. My protector, my leader, seal the chalice with your warded blood before we depart. Jade nodded, pressing a fingertip to her own thumb and letting a drop of blood fall into the chalice. The vessel glowed an iridescent white, faintly warmed by her sacrifice. Fa tucked the chalice into Jade's robes while Yoon poured fresh petals and salt into freshly carved pouches to bind to the returning ward lines. Cover me for 2 breaths, Jade said quietly. I will draw a final ward over the rim of the spring, one that Lady Mei Ling's darkness cannot erase. Fa nodded, drawing his warded dagger with a silent bow. Jade rose to her feet, cloaked in a halo of glowing runes that spiraled around her ankles and washed up her calves. She traced a circle around the spring's edge with her bare foot, as if planting seeds of warded lotus petals in the rock itself. As she stepped, the pattern of her steps imprinted onto the moss and stone a living ward that pulsed with everywhere her footfall landed. By the time she completed the circle, her movements a delicate choreography of invocation, the entire basin glowed with a pure white radiance that beat back the dark silhouette of Lady Mei Ling's encroaching scouts. Exhausted but resolute, Jade turned to Fa and Yoon. Now we go. She stepped from the basin, water cascading off her robes in shimmering rivulets. Fa offered her a cloak warmed by the rising sun's rays, and Yun draped it around her shoulders. They retreated up the narrow path that wound through whispering pines, each holding a small water lantern over their hearts, lanterns that glowed faintly with the essence of pure water, warded against any further attempts at poisoning. They arrived at Moonfall's northern border just as the sun peaked above the eastern ridge. As they approached, Mei and Antwu rushed forward, relief flooding Mei's eyes. "Jade, you have saved us all." Mei held Jade as though fearing she might vanish into light. Antwu knelt to inspect Jade's robes, now battered and heavy with water and sodden moss. "Your sacrifice has brought new life to the spring. I can feel its waters calmer, colder, and pure as a newborn's breath." Jade exhaled, allowing herself a small smile. "Linghua is safe, but we must remain vigilant. Lady Mei Ling will regroup and strike again at Moonfall's heart. For now, let us renew the wards at the hallowed well and the orchard gates. Then we prepare for her final siege wherever her heart's black tide may flow." As Fa and Yun refortified the wards along the orchard's perimeter, Jade, Mei, and Antwu returned to the hallowed well, where infants slept in sweet slumber. Silver Dove emerged from the orchard's fringe, her white veil catching the morning light. "Silk Grove's waters sing with gratitude," she announced. "Their warded well shines with radiant lotus light, woven into every drop. I will remain at the border of their orchard to ensure Lady Mei Ling's scouts do not target them next." Jade placed a hand on Silver Dove's arm. "We are forever indebted to you and Silk Grove's bond. Our sisters thrive because of your courage." Silver Dove inclined her head, her expression softening. "Then we must strengthen our bond further. Lady Mei Ling's fury knows no bounds. She will seek any river, any child, any ward to dismantle. But Moonfall and Silk Grove will stand as one, two blossoms in a storm that no wind can tear apart." As the sun climbed, casting the first long shadows through the pines, Jade walked toward the hallowed well's edge, the infant's soft coos drifting upward like prayerful lullabies. She cradled Linghua in her arms, pressing her cheek against the child's warm brow. "My sweet Linghua, you belong to every mother's heart. Today you witnessed your mother's blood bind our spring. Tomorrow, you will know that no darkness could ever claim our light." Jade stepped forward, placing a wreath of lotus petals upon the well's rim. The warded runes glowed anew, sealing the well's magic in an unbreakable vow. With her daughter's laughter echoing faintly from the basin's hidden depths and the sun's gentle warmth flooding the courtyard, Jade felt hope surge within her chest. Moonfall's walls had been tested by mercenaries and poisoned waters, by spirit riders and dark sorcerers. Yet her people stood steadfast, bound by love and unwavering faith in the lotus's purity. As Jade raised Linghua to the morning sky, she caught sight of distant riders atop a far ridge, the glint of Lady Mei Ling's banner, though smaller now, still lingering like a distant storm cloud. But Jade stood tall. Virus had seen every challenge and emerged stronger. The wards pulsed with the promise of life. The infant's slumber was deeper than ever. And Linghua's wide, trusting eyes shone with a light that would guide Moonfall's path forward. No matter how many trials awaited, Jade's motherly love would bind every ward, every mother, and every child across the valley in a chain no darkness could break. Under the white lotus dawn, Jade vowed anew, she would protect Linghua and every river child today, tomorrow, and all the days to come until moonfall's petals bloomed across every hillside where shadows of fear once held sway. And so, with the warded chalice stored safely in the monastery's vault and the radiant lotus runes etched into every stone and stream, Moonfall stood ready for whatever tide Lady Mei Ling might raise. Next, undaunted, unbowed, unwavering in its luminous promise of sanctuary. The days following Jade's purification of Mistfall Spring passed in a careful vigilance. Moonfall's ward salt lines glimmering on rooftops, radiant lotus runes faintly etched into threshold stones, and warded talismans dangling from door frames held strong. Yet beneath the calm, a sense of urgency burned in every heart. Lady Mei Ling's banner, though receding over distant ridges, hovered like a specter in each whispered conversation, she will strike again. By mid-morning on the 10th day, Jade and Mei convened with Brother Yun and Fa in the central pavilion, where lanterns depicting blossoming lotus streamed sunlight through colored glass. Fa unfolded a rough map of the valley, its surface scuffed by countless meetings. Scouts report Lady Mei Ling's forces have regrouped at the base of Mount Whitefang. They number 300 mercenaries, sandhawks, stone wolves, and even a handful of sorcerers who have pledged their magic to her cause. Fa tapped the map at a narrow defile 2 miles north of Moonfall's northern orchard. Tomorrow at dawn, they will sweep through the broken pine pass and descend upon our southern fields. Their aim is to cut off the rice terraces and pillage any hidden children. Jade's jaw set. Then we must hold them at Broken Pine Pass. If they cannot penetrate the pass, they cannot reach Moonfall's heart. Mei added, our numbers are few, only 70 able fighters, including Fa's trained archers and Brother Yun's ward keepers. But we do have advantage of terrain and the strength of our wards. Brother Yun unrolled a second scroll, a set of tactical instructions for luring enemies into pockets of radiant lotus traps. We will cross the Broken Pine Pass at night, leaving hidden candle lanterns to guide refugees. The mercenaries will not expect to stand here, they will believe Moonfall is under siege. We will weave our wards along the pass's narrow ledges at dusk so that by dawn's first light, the entire defile glows with radiant banishing runes. And Wu arrived then, carrying a wicker basket laden with bowls of lotus seed congee and vials of snow lotus elixir. Every warrior who stands watch at the pass must drink this, she said quietly. The elixir strengthens the body against poison and wards off illusions crafted by the sorcerers. She pressed a small vial into Fa's palm. Use this sparingly. Fa nodded. Thank you, Aunt Wu. I will distribute this to the archers and ward keepers. Silver Dove entered, her white veil trailing behind her. I have returned from Silk Grove, she announced. They send their blessings and reserves of warded water. 4 carriers have been dispatched with sealed jars of warded water to replenish Moonfall's stores. They will arrive at dawn's hour. In the meantime, we must bind the Broken Pine Pass. She held up 2 copper horns identical to hers, one would remain with Jade, the other with Fa. If at any point you need to summon reinforcements from Silk Grove, blow this horn. Its sound breaks through mountains and will alert the light keepers. Jade accepted the horn, feeling its cool weight in her hand. Then we begin tonight. She turned to May. You and Aunt Wu will shelter the children and maintain the Hallowed Wells ward. Brother Yun will lead the archers and ward keepers to the pass before sunset. Silver Dove and Fa guard the eastern wood to intercept any flanking scouts. I will stand at the pass's center to oversee the final ward binding. May placed a hand on Jade's shoulder. May your heart's light guide you through the darkest hour. As dusk settled, the four departed. Brother Yun and 14 archers left by foot along the winding redwood trail that skirted the southern ridge. Silver Dove and Fa slipped quietly into the eastern woods to erect concealed wards and watch for hostile scouts. Sister Mariko appeared at the monastery's gate, offering a final blessing. May the moon goddess's silver arc shine upon your path and keep darkness at bay. Jade nodded, heading north toward Broken Pine Pass, Linghua's warded satchel slung at her hip. The Broken Pine Pass was a narrow canyon carved through steep limestone walls, where only one cart width of flat ground remained. Ancient pines clung to rocky ledges, their roots knotted like protective wards. Even in daylight, the pass held a hush where birdsong was swallowed by jagged echoes of wind. At twilight, Jade knelt at a cluster of sandstone ledges and produced a small lantern inscribed with radiant lotus runes. Fa and Sister Nami, Moonfall's senior ward keeper, joined her, each holding a handful of crushed moonflower, salt, and fragments of radiant lotus scroll. Jade circled the lantern 3 times, whispering the first lines of the binding incantation. Ancient pines, stand sentinel tall. Bind the darkness at this wall. Lotus flame and warded light. Halt the tide of poisoned blight. At each turn, she crushed a handful of moonflower and salt, allowing the luminous petals to drift into the canyon's faint breeze. Sister Nami chanted the second verse, incantations woven between breaths. In iron root and earthen stone. Let no shadow make us lone. Spirits of mountain, heed our plea. Keep our sanctuary safe and free. The canyon walls responded with a low tremor, the runic lantern's light spread across the pine's needles like gentle starlight, lending the pass a soft blue glow. Fa stood guard just beyond the lantern's glow, bow strung, eyes sharp for movement. Jade pressed her palm against the rough surface of a pine root curling from the stone and murmured the final lines. White lotus bloom on river's crest. Hold our line through trials test. We bind you dark, we bind you near. Moonfall stands unbowed by fear. A ripple surged across the stone beneath Jade's palm as the final line was spoken. The radiant lotus runes flared bright, etching themselves into the bark of every pine and into every granule of sand within the pass. Jade rose, her robes shimmering in the ward's glow. The binding holds, she said, voice echoing off rock. Now we wait at the lantern's side. At first torchlight, Brother Yun and the archers will take position at the western ledge. Silver Dove, how fares the eastern flank? Fa lowered his bow. No sign of scouts yet. The eastern woods hold, wards remain unbroken. Just then, a faint horn sounded Silver Dove's first signal. Jade nodded. They arrive. From the western ridge, the silhouettes of 17 archers emerged, led by Brother Yun. Each carried an ashwood bow carved with radiant lotus runes. They settled into a tight formation on a raised ledge overlooking the pass's southern exit. Jade watched as Yun completed the final checks on each archer's quiver, arrows fletched with white feathers dipped in warded oil, designed to ignite against spirit-bound foes. Night deepened, and the pass lay silent beneath the tapestry of 1,000 stars. Jade stood beside the radiant lotus lantern, Linghua's warded talisman tucked at her breast. The canyon's hush held a brittle tension until the first horns of Lady Mei Ling's vanguard sounded from the north, the rumble of dozens of hooves against stone. The band of 300 mercenaries appeared at the pass's mouth, their armor gleaming like broken sunset across steel. Some wore leather cloaks, others wore heavy chain mail, and a handful of shadow-robed sorcerers marched among them, pale mask-clad faces obscured by hooded veils. The vanguard halted at the threshold of the illuminated pass, momentarily caught off guard by the lantern's blue glow, and the glimmer of runes on the pines. Haru rode at their head, her indigo robe swirling around her saddle cloth. As she dismounted, she surveyed the pass's entrance, suspicion flickering across her face. "So this is where you stand," she called, her voice amplified by a hidden ward. Jade rose to her full height, stepping forward with Fa and Sister Nami. "If you wish to cross, you must destroy our wards." Fa raised an arrow and knocked it, the fletchings lighting with warded spark. "For every step you take forward, an arrow will find its mark." Jade inhaled, chanting beneath her breath the final summoning of radiant lotus energy. "By lotus stem and water pure, any dark intent we shall immure. Let no man's sword or witch's curse breach this pass, for better or worse." Haru's pale eyes narrowed. "Then I have no choice," she said, raising a silver blade etched with unholy runes. "Advance." The mercenaries surged forward in waves, knights in steel visors, desert mercenaries in leather, and sand-scaled warriors from distant lands, masses so dense that the earth trembled beneath their prodding steps. As the first rank tried to step into the pass, Fa loosed his arrow. It split the air with a hissing arc before striking a leather-clad mercenary's helm and ricocheting toward the next. The mercenary reeled, stumbling back as the arrow's warded flame sizzled at his back. Brother Yun's archers released a volley of warded arrows from the western ledge. Each arrow glowed with radiant lotus light, igniting upon impact with unholy magic that curled like smoke around fallen combatants, reducing them to ash before they could breach the ward. Jade, Sister Nami, and Fa held their ground at the lantern's glow. Jade spoke the ward's reinforcement chant, her voice ringing like a bell. "Stem of lotus, bloom of light. Drive the darkness from our sight. Echoes of wards resound and swell. Let not shadow within us dwell." The archers' quivers dwindled, but each arrow struck home against swirling spirits conjured by the sorcerer's ghostly figures of pale smoke and flickering claws. Many of those sorcerers shrieked as they tried to advance, their illusions shattered by the radiant Lotus wards and Jade's incantations. From their ranks, Haru howled in fury and swung her blade, sending shards of warded light scattering across the pass. Fa intercepted each strike, parrying with his warded dagger, his movements a fluid dance of steel and warded sparks. Yet the enemy ranks pressed on in relentless waves. Jade saw the moment the first mercenary, an armored soldier bearing a horned helmet, fell into a small fissure at the pass's edge. The magma of ancient rock glowed red within, revealing a hidden chasm so deep that any who fell would be lost. Jade seized the chance. She leapt forward, planting her warded staff into the earth and reciting a rapid warding verse. Stone and root, earth's deep heart. Hold the fissure fast and staunch. Let no foe escape this gate. Moonfall stands, unwavering fate. The fissure yawned wider, and Jade raised her warded staff high. A barrier of radiant lotus light sprung from the shaft, spanning from one side of the fissure to the other, an invisible wall that forced the pursuers into tighter confines. The canyon's narrowness funneled them into a bottleneck, where Brother Yun's archers and Fa's ward keepers targeted each advancing silhouette. Every arrow that struck created a burst of shimmering warded flame, reducing combatants to silent ash. But Lady Mei Ling's vanguard included hardened veterans, desert mercenaries experienced in battling warded camps. They drew razor-edged obsidian axes and lashed at the canyon's carved runes, attempting to break the binding. Their blows cracked the glowing runes on sections of the ledge. Each fracture sent a tremor through the ward, momentarily dimming its light. Jade's heart pounded as she saw a group of mercenaries close in on Sister Nami, who fought fiercely with a warded staff, her hair fallen loose around her face. Jade dashed to her side, lifting her own staff to drive back the attackers. Hold the line," she cried, her voice joining the chorus of warded incantations that resonated like ripples across still water. Her staff blazed with radiant lotus light, each strike binding the blade to the mountain's heart, preventing a breach. Suddenly, from the mercenary ranks, a towering figure emerged, a hill warrior clad in bone armor, his face painted with blood-red war paint. He wielded a warhammer studded with black iron spikes, each spike inscribed with a letter of Lady Mei Ling's cursed script. His presence radiated malice, and as he swung the warhammer into the pass's sandstone floor, a wave of unnatural deafness rippled through the archers, disrupting their aim. Fa stumbled, clutching his ears. "Cover your ears," he shouted, pressing a warded cloth over his mouth so that he could still breathe. Jade and Yoon acted in unison. Yoon chanted a word of sonic banishment while Jade lifted her staff overhead, calling forth the final lines of the Radiant Lotus incantation. Petals of white, petals of flame. Shatter the call of witch's name. Seal this pass with boundless light. Keep the hill-wrought darkness from sight. A cascade of lotus petal light descended from the canyon's overhead pines, engulfing the warhammer and its wielder in a flood of purifying radiance. The hill warrior roared as the ward sizzled across his bone armor, the cursed letters burning away until the armor itself cracked and crumbled to shards. Stripped of his unnatural strength, the warrior fell backward into the fissure, his final roar echoing through the chasm as darkness claimed him. With the hill warrior's fall, Haru's vanguard drew back, sorrow and fury flickering in her pale eyes. The small band of mercenaries left hesitated as Jade and Brother Yun's wards flared around the pass's rim. No mortal blade could pierce the radiant Lotus barrier. Haru raised a trembling hand. I see now that Moonfall stands unbreakable, forged by love and sacrifice. Tell Lady Mei Ling, I will return only when her fury has cooled to ashes. With that, Haru slipped away into the frigid night, her departure leaving a hush as deep as the full moon. Below, the archers exhaled in unison, lowering their warded bows as the ash-hot embers of battle cooled. Brother Yun loosened his scroll and exhaled a sigh. The pass is secure for now. We must repair the fractured runes before dawn to hold any further assaults. Jade knelt at the edge of the sinkhole, her robe stained with warded ash and canyon dust. She felt the weight of every mother's hope and every child's breath on her shoulders. Fa approached, his face etched with both relief and exhaustion. Lady Jade, your courage has saved Moonfall. I will never know a higher honor than standing at your side tonight. Jade smiled weakly, offering a nod. Together, we bind the world to the light. Dawn's first rays warmed the canyon stone as Brother Yun, aided by the ward keepers, retraced Jade's steps, reaching the fractured runes with fresh crushed moonflower and salt. Fa and Silver Dove delivered fresh jars of warded water from Silk Grove, pouring their contents into newly carved stone basins to renew every ward. Meanwhile, Jade returned to Moonfall's northern orchard, where Mei and Aunt Wu waited with Linghua in Mei's arms. The infant stirred, reaching out to grasp Jade's finger as though recognizing her mother's essence. Jade pressed a gentle kiss to Linghua's cheek. My sweet child, she whispered, tonight you dance among dreams as bright as 1,000 lotus blossoms. At Moonfall's central plaza, a small crowd of mothers and ward keepers had gathered to greet Jade, Fa, and Brother Yun's return. Their faces were a tapestry of exhaustion, gratitude, and fierce determination. As Jade stepped forward, their cheers rose, a promise woven through each voice, that no darkness, no matter how cunning or cruel, would ever extinguish Moonfall's light. Under the high morning sun, where mist still curled about distant hills, Jade felt a stirring of hope swell within her as radiant lotus light bathed the village in gentle warmth. Tomorrow, Lady Mei Ling might return fresh curses, fresh sorcerers, fresh threats, but tonight, Jade and her sisters had proven that compassion, sacrifice, and unwavering resolve could build a sanctuary no darkness could break. And as Jade held Linghua to her breast, she heard the infant's soft coo echo through the orchard, as if the child herself sang a lullaby of promise, that in Moonfall's embrace, every river child would know a home where petals of light would guide their way, even through the deepest night. Spring's first blossoms drifted on a gentle breeze as Moonfall's wards settled into a cautious peace. After the Broken Pine Pass battle, the valley seemed to hold its breath awaiting Lady Mei Ling's next move. Yet for a dozen sunrises, no poisoned edicts appeared, no mercenary banners shadowed the eastern hills. The illusion of safety allowed the villagers to turn their attention to rebuilding what had been worn thin by constant vigilance. On the 13th dawn, Jade awakened before lanterns dimmed, cradling Linghua's silent form in her arms. The infant's chest rose and fell like a floating lotus petal on still water. Jade rose, slipping into a robe of pale indigo, and stepped into the courtyard. May and Aunt Wu were already at work. May pressed fresh crushed moonflower into every crack of the well's stone rim, while Aunt Wu coated the orchard gates with warded salt paste. The gentle clink of their tools echoed under early sunlight. Brother Yun approached, clutching a new scroll from Silk Grove. "Our sisters send word," he said quietly. "Lady Mei Ling's scouts have been sighted near the northern riverside. They claim to search for straggling caravans, but their eyes linger on hidden boats. We must anticipate another attempt to seize children by night." Jade nodded, her expression firm. "Then tonight, we will lead a false convoy to Mist Lake's eastern bend. We'll send 2 boats with empty wards to draw out scouts. Silver Dove and Fa will follow under cover of reeds to intercept and capture any informants." Aunt Wu laid a hand on Jade's arm. "I will ready the warded lotus wreaths for every household tonight. Each door must show a living ward that even subtle spies cannot slip past." May produced a handful of lotus-infused rice cakes. "Eat this. Our strength must not wane." As Jade accepted a cake, the first scout 6 riders in travel-worn leather circled through the orchard's southern edge, their eyes darting like hungry crows. Jade caught their glint and steeled herself. "Keep close watch. If they linger too long, we will need to chase them off with archers." Through the day, the village labored, new ward lines drawn atop the dilapidated fence, lanterns hung from every eave, and every mother taught a secret lullaby in case the nomad sorcerer tried his illusions again. Meanwhile, Fa and Brother Yun arranged for the false convoy, 2 slender boats marked with Moonfall's signature lotus emblem, but devoid of infants. They painted false ward symbols on the hulls, so that anyone watching from riverbanks or tiny lookout posts would believe mothers and children were crossing to Mist Lake Refuge. At dusk, Jade, May, and Aunt Wu led the real procession, 3 small boats each carrying 2 carriage crates tied shut with warded silk wraps. Within each crate lay an empty mattress, warded talisman strapped inside, giving only the faintest hint of movement. They drifted silently under the first crescent moon, oars gliding through water that reflected shifting lantern glows. Jade stood at the prow of the lead boat, holding Ling Hua's swaddled form against her chest. Her eyes scanned the distant reeds, wary for any shadow of a midnight rider. As the false convoy slipped past the fireside docks, cloaked figures in leather breeches melted from the trees, scouts lying in ambush. At Silver Dove's signal, Fa released a warded arrow that landed with a whisper into the reeds, releasing a pale blue burst of lotus light that illuminated the area. The scouts coughed, stunned, as Silver Dove leapt from her concealed hide among sedges and bound the nearest rider with a warded rope. Brother Yun's archers emerged from behind burrowed brush, circled the others, and disarmed them. The captured scouts, once stripped of their masks, revealed haunted faces. 2 were former Moonfall refugees turned opportunists, the rest were disillusioned deserters. Each swore their allegiance to Lady Mei Ling had been bought with false promises of gold. Silver Dove pressed a silver dagger's tip to the lead scout's throat. "Take us to your master's next encampment. We will return you to Moonfall unharmed if you lead us to where he truly plans to strike." The scout's voice trembled as he spat on the ground. "Lady Mei Ling has moved east, toward the Humble Wind Pass. She gathers sorcerers to prepare a blade of storm magic, one that will shatter wards with thunder and lightning. They plan to strike at Silk Grove's sister wards by midnight on the next full moon. Jade's heart clenched. Then we must warn Silk Grove immediately and prepare to repel a storm, both literal and sorcery-born. Fa nodded, circling the scout with his warded dagger's gleam. We will escort you south, your safety is our guarantee if you lead us truly. Now move. Under the star's witness, the convoy turned away from Mist Lake's lure and drifted northward through hidden tributaries, Silver Dove's lantern guiding them across dark water that rippled with warded echoes. Back in Moonfall, morning broke with renewed vigor. Jade gathered the gathered mothers and ward keepers in the central plaza. Our scouts bring dire news. Lady Mei-ling and her sorcerers will strike Silk Grove under the next full moon with storm magic meant to break every ward. We must send aid to them and brace Moonfall for any returning threat. Mei swept her hands over the crowd. We will dispatch 12 ward keepers with fresh radiant lotus runes and jars of warded water. The mothers will remain behind to protect the hallowed well and strengthen the broken Pine Pass wards. Tonight, we prepare for the storm's edge. At midday, Silver Dove returned alone, her face streaked with rain and sweat. Behind her rumbled the distant roar of thunder, unusual for the season. Silk Grove stands, yet its walls hold, but their wards flicker under heavy conjuration. They ask for a teacher of radiant lotus crafts to strengthen their shrines. Jade clasped Silver Dove's hands. Then I will go. Fa protested. I cannot lose you to a southward journey. Lady Mei-ling's raid could return to Moonfall from behind. Jade's eyes blazed with unwavering resolve. Silver Dove carries my warded satchel and the final radiant lotus scroll. I will travel with her. Fa, Yun, and Mei will hold Moonfall's borders. Ling Hua will remain with Aunt Wu at the hallowed well. Fa swallowed, then bowed. Go. And fill the void of your absence with my devotion. That night, Jade and Silver Dove set out once more beneath a sky crackling with distant lightning. They followed a narrow ridge path that wound through ancient cedars, dangling above narrow gorges where chasms swallowed moonlight. Each step was guided by Jade's whispered chant. Lotus root and moonlit sky. Guide our steps as night draws nigh. Ward our path from greed and spite. Bring us safe before first light. Silver Dove responded with her own echo. Mirror bright and warded flame. Bind the storm, defy the claim. Let no darkened curse descend. Silk Grove's walls shall never bend. By midnight's zenith, they descended upon Silk Grove's gates, now illuminated by warded torches that flickered under unnatural wind. Jade pressed a palm to the gate's runic sigils, murmuring a quick blessing that bolstered their strength. Within the courtyard, she found Brother Yun, Fa, and 12 ward keepers huddled around an enlarged map, their shadows trembling like leaf ghosts. Jade approached and knelt beside Yun. Show me their wards. Yun traced lines in the earthen floor. Silk Grove's wards were etched into standing stones and orchard posts. Yet Lady Mei Ling's storm surge arrows tipped with crackling thunder magic pierced the wards along the southeastern fence. She aimed to sever the Wells ward by conjuring torrential rain, flooding their wards, and weakening every rune. Jade rose, her resolve hardening. Then we must stand at the Wells rim. We will hold the storm at bay with radiant lotus flame. The ward keepers formed a circle around the central well, a wide stone cistern crowned by a lotus-carved pillar. Jade and Silver Dove stepped to the rim, sacred lotus chalice and radiant lotus scroll in hand. Thunder cracked overhead, and rain began to lash the courtyard with needle-like stabs of cold. Jade planted the chalice on the rim and recited, "Lotus flood and moonlit tide. Crush this storm with warded pride. Bind each drop in crystal flame. Let no curse our walls defame." Silver Dove raised the scroll, chanting the final incantation. A blast of radiant lotus light erupted from the chalice, lifting rainwater in swirling tendrils that glowed white as snow. The storm's fury collided with the ward's shield, each raindrop turning to harmless mist before it could touch the well's waters. The ward keepers stood in unison, chanting protective verses as thunder bellowed beyond the gates. Outside, the sound of war drums and hoofbeats signaled Lady Mei Ling's main force approaching. Blaze-tipped arrows rained against Silk Grove's warded walls, either shattering against invisible barriers or dissipating into motes of warded ash. The defenders loosened their bladed arrows, each would ignite upon contact with cursed weaponry, a final line of defense if the storm breached the wards. As Jade and Silver Dove completed the ward, a woman's shriek split the night. One of Silver Dove's horns blew a shrill call that rippled into the damp darkness. Jade felt a drop of water sizzle on her shoulder, a poisoned needle of water, a final attempt to breach the well's ward. She stepped forward and recited the ward's closing line. "Pure of heart and petal pure. Turn this rain to healing cure. Let no poison mark these streams. Guard us now, O lotus dreams." The drop of poison dissolved as it landed, turning into a burst of fragrant mist that drifted across the courtyard. The wardkeeper's incantations crescendoed, and every raindrop above the well's rim turned to soft light. The storm's magic recoiled, its thunder echoing like a mortal cry into the night sky. Lady Mei Ling's forces poured into the courtyard, armored figures wreathed in smoldering lamplight and storm clouds. At their head rode Haru, the envoy turned ally, her blade slung by her side, her expression conflicted. "Lady Jade," Haru called through the swirling wind, "your ward has withstood my mistress's might. I see now your cause is just." She dismounted and strode forward, bending her knee in a rare gesture of respect. "Tonight, I yield my sword to your mercy. Let Silk Grove and Moonfall stand united. I will deliver Lady Mei Ling's final parley." Jade met Haru's gaze, wariness and compassion warring in her eyes. "Then speak what you must," she replied, raising her voice so all could hear. "But know that Moonfall's bond with Silk Grove is forged in solidarity. We will not yield to fear." From behind Haru, a horseman alighted, an elderly scholar dressed in midnight blue robes etched with warding runes. He bowed deeply. "I am Master Kenji, Moonfall's envoy once invited to Lady Mei Ling's court. I witnessed her descent into cruelty and trickery. I have left her service and carry this note. He handed Jade a folded scroll sealed with Lady Mei Ling's emblem. Jade broke the seal and read aloud. Jade of Moonfall, and Sisters of Silk Grove. You have defied both sword and storm. Yet know this, my vengeance is not easily assuaged. If you refuse to surrender Linghua and every river child by the next moon's crest, I will call upon forces beyond mortal ken, souls damned within the abyssal mirrors, who will rend your wards and drag every innocent into endless night. Choose mercy now, or know that no ward nor lagoon shall save you. Lady Mei Ling, Lieutenant of the Lotus Blade. A murmur rippled through the courtyard. Jade folded the scroll and met Haru's steady gaze. If Lady Mei Ling's vengeance lies beyond mortal death, then let her bring it. We choose life. We choose sanctuary for every river child. If she summons demons, we will stand against them fiercer than any storm. Master Kenji bowed again. Then I stand with you. I will guide Trent Note's night scribes and hidden wizards from the northern libraries who now pledge their pens to the Lotus Covenant. They will assist in forging even stronger wards and scribing new incantations to defy any abyssal mirror's pull. In that moment, as the storm's fury spent itself against the warded light, Jade felt a surge of pride and hope. Moonfall, Silk Grove, and now the northern libraries would stand as an unbroken chain, temples of sanctuary against any darkness. As dawn hinted on the horizon, Jade knelt beside Linghua's swaddled form, pressing her cheek to the infant's. My child, Jade whispered, tonight you rest safe beneath the lotus moon. Tomorrow, we face whatever comes together. And so, under the first light of a working dawn, Jade rose alongside her sisters in sanctuary. Haru, Silver Dove, Fa, each bound by shared vow, no darkness, no mortal or spirit, no cursed incantation would ever claim the light they carried in their hearts. Even Lady Mei Ling's abyssal mirrors could not break a covenant forged by lotus petals, by maternal love, and by the unyielding spirit of every river child. The battle would come again, but Moonfall's petals would bloom anew, petals of hope stronger than any blade. Dawn broke over Moonfall village in a blaze of pale gold, as if the lotus-scented light itself were a ward against the world's darkness. Jade stood at the circular balcony of the White Lotus Monastery, Linghua nestled at her side, watching the valley awaken below. Every roof's eave bore warded talismans, every threshold glimmered with freshly drawn radiant lotus runes. Though a calm smile touched her lips, her heart beat with the knowledge that this would be their final stand. On the ridge beyond the northern orchard, Haru and Master Kenji had set out to meet Lady Mei Ling. As promised, Haru rode alone to parley, Kenji accompanied as witness and escort for her defection from Mei Ling's service. Jade and Fa led a contingent of archers and ward keepers to the Broken Pine Pass to hold the line, while Brother Yoon remained at Moonfall to oversee the ward's renewal. Silver Dove departed with a small flotilla bound for Silk Grove, tasked with carrying reinforcements if needed. And Mei and Aunt Wu gathered the mothers and infants at the hallowed well, where every child slept beneath warded petals, save for the hours of coming trial. By midday, a hush lay over the southern rice terraces. In the distance, Dark banners unfurled on the plateau of Mount Whitefang. A low rumble, 1,000 pairs of boots on dust echoed faintly. Jade led her archers into position just south of the pass, each bow strung with warded silver-tipped arrows. Fa stood at her side, holding a shield etched with radiant lotus runes that glowed softly in the light. Haru arrived at the pass's entrance alone, her blade sheathed at her hip, her expression composed but resolute. Jade raised a hand in greeting. Haru, you carry our final hope for peace. Haru bowed deeply. Lady Mei Ling awaits within the Black Rock Vale, behind the Shadow Rift. I must not linger or her sorcerers will claim my life. She agreed to meet me at the Vale's gate. Jade nodded. Go, and let your words prove stronger than any blade. We stand ready to hold the pass. Haru placed her hand on Jade's forearm. If I return alive, Lady Mei Ling's heart might yet bend. If not, this pass must hold until the last ward fails. With that, she strode toward Blackrock Vale. Within the Vale's gaping chasm, a natural crevasse lined with jagged obsidian shards, Lady Mei Ling awaited on a dais built of blackened granite. Two Cirque sorcerers stood at her shoulders, their pale masks reflecting ivory moonlight. Haru knelt before her. My lady, I have served you faithfully, but no longer. The Lotus Covenant's compassion shines where your wrath only blights. Mei Ling's dark eyes glimmered with a cruel smile. You call it blight, I call it necessary order. Without my decree, your rivers run wild and uncontained. Yet I grant you this meeting. Speak your claim, and name your terms. Haru rose. Spare the children and release your grip on Moonfall and Silk Grove. Let them live in peace under the lotus's light. A hush fell over the vale as Mei Ling laughed, the sound brittle as cracked ice. Peace. You offer peace to one who shuns my judgment. Very well. Your terms are my jest. Let us see whether the lotus's light endures the abyssal storm I will unleash. She raised an obsidian scepter crowned with a shattered mirror, each shard containing a fractured soul. Summon my storm blade, and bind the children's fate to this flood of wrath. The Cirque sorcerers chanted, their voices weaving a chilling melody. Haru stepped back, yanked her cloak free, and disappeared into a column of warded smoke courtesy of Master Kenji's hidden conjuration. As the chant rose, the shattered mirror atop the scepter ignited with violet lightning, splintering the sky above the veil. At the pass, Jade heard thunder rumble even though the sky overhead was clear. Fa scanned the northern ridges. They come abyssal mirrors born by storm magic, not mere mercenaries. A flicker of violet lightning sliced the mountain horizon. Aim for the storm's heart, Jade commanded. Let no sorcery pass our wards. Her archers raised their bows, each releasing silver-tipped shafts that converged on spectral riders, phantoms of cracked glass and shadow, rearing atop nightmarish steeds. The arrows ignited upon contact, dissolving illusions into pale motes that scattered like dying stars. Yet the Stormblade's power surged beyond mere specters. From the veil's mouth poured a whirlwind of oppressive glyphs, runic shards that sang with a bone-chilling power, twisting the air into corrosive mist. The wind howled down the pass, hurling jagged hailstones of obsidian shards at Jade's ranks. For raised his warded shield, deflecting shards that would have shattered mortal bone. But each deflected shard still cracked Jade's warded ground, chipping radiant lotus runes into jagged lines. Spears of rain lanced through the glade, coated in a poison so primal that it withered the rice terraces as it fell. Jade felt her voice strain as she chanted warding verses. Petals bound in lotus gleam. Hold us strong against the stream. Let no shard of mirrors blight. Find a crack in warded light. Her voice rang like 1,000 bells. The shards of broken mirrors sputtered and died in arcs of white flame when they touched her conjured barrier. But behind the walls of light, Jade sensed the final cost. The pass's runes were waning roots of lotus and lines of salt snapped under the tempest. Fall leaned close, shouting above the roar. We cannot hold much longer. The storm consumes every ward as though it cannot abide your grace. Brother Yoon galloped up the ledge, face pale but calm. Renew the wards with the chalice of pure water. Let the vain mirror shards be quenched by living spring. Jade nodded, pressing the sacred lotus chalice to her lips and drinking its warded water. A warmth flooded her veins, knitting her voice to higher frequencies. She pointed her stave at the pass floor. Waters of spring, pure and bright. Banish this storm into the night. Lotus blood and purest flame. Let no broken mirror remain. From the chalice's source, a shimmering cascade of water poured across Jade's staff. The warded current spread along the pass's floor, crackling with lotus light and silencing the corrosive rain. The plague of obsidian shards dissolved into harmless steam. The Cirque sorcerers screamed as their storm was crushed by living water. A final thunderclap shook the pass as Lady Mei Ling's voice boomed from the veil. You may drown my shards, but my fury endures. I will return with the abyssal mirrors unbroken. Haru emerged then from the swirling ward smoke, her blade held at her hip, her cloak scorched. I will end this, she said to Jade. Let your compassion be the last light she ever sees. Haru surged forward, leaping into the storm's dying fury, and hurled an enchanted haze of lotus seeds, a counter-curse designed to bind dark sorcery. The seeds bloomed midair, sprouting ghostly lotus blossoms that devoured the scepter's violet glow. The shattered mirror atop the scepter cracked and collapsed, exploding in a shower of warded light. Within the veil, Lady Mei Ling shrieked as the Stormblade's mirror shattered. The Cirque sorcerers unmounted and vanished in pale sparks, their power undone. Haru disarmed Mei Ling's scepter and pressed its broken tip against the obsidian dais. Yield, Haru commanded, her blade gleaming. Even the greatest vengeance cannot stand when children's hope is pure. Mei Ling trembled, her scarlet robes flapping in the storm's dying wind. You betray me, she breathed. Haru's gaze was firm. I betray nothing. I stand for mercy, something your fury has stripped away. With a final tremor of thunder, Haru shattered the scepter's obsidian head with a warded strike, casting the fragments into a pillar of dissolving mist. Back at the pass, Jade watched the storm's power collapse. The vile thunderheads lifted, revealing Dawn's silver arc. The archers lowered their hoods and bowed their heads in reverence. Sister Nami released a breath as she saw the final ward's runes glow bright. Jade stepped forward to where Haru had leapt from mist and filed down the final shards of the Stormblade's mirror. Haru knelt and touched Jade's arm. Your compassion and every mother's vow unmade this storm. Now, Moonfall's petals can bloom unafraid. Jade placed a hand on Haru's shoulder. Your choice saved us all. Let this be our last year of war. In the Vale's hush, Lady Mei Ling rose unsteadily from her shattered dais, her robe cinched and her gaze hollow. Master Kenji appeared behind her, having guided Haru's defection. Your power ends here, Lady Mei Ling. Your abyssal wrath cannot thrive where compassion flows. Mei Ling's eyes drifted toward the shattered obsidian shards that littered the dais like heartbroken petals. She closed her eyes and knelt before Haru, as if seeking mercy she once denied. Haru bowed over her. By sparing you, we grant a final chance, for no life's worth is lost when mercy reigns. The crimson seal on Mei Ling's robes fluttered as if torn from its rest. A final gust of wind stole the remaining shards into dusk's rising mist. At Moonfall's northern orchard, Mei and Aunt Wu awaited the return of Jade and Fa's company. Ling Hua sat upon Mei's lap, her eyes wide as she witnessed the dawn's breaking calm. When Jade and the archers emerged from the pass, their forms glowed with warded radiance. The mothers rushed forward, tears of relief mingling with joyous laughter. Jade stepped toward Mei and held Ling Hua aloft, offering her child's laughter to every face in the crowd. The storm has passed, she proclaimed. Moonfall stands on petals of hope, not shards of vengeance. As long as we cherish every child, no darkness can remain. Behind them, Haru entered the courtyard, followed by Master Kenji. The villagers parted and bowed as Haru knelt before Jade. I pledge my blade to the Lotus Covenant, a guardian of any child who seeks sanctuary. Jade placed a gentle hand on Haru's head. Your service is our glory. Let every child now know that no mother stands alone. Master Kenji stepped forward and offered peace terms to Jade and the gathering elders. Lady Mei Ling would abdicate her claims to the river edicts and dedicate herself to rebuilding the devastation. She wrought leading exiled families to sanctuary rather than chasing them to exile. Jade accepted on behalf of Moonfall's council, sealing the pact with a warded scroll and a shared cup of lotus tea. As the sun climbed past noon, the valley seemed to exhale as one. The broken pine pass lay open yet warded, Mistfall Spring sparkled within its pure embrace, Silk Grove's orchards bloomed with ghostly pink petals. Moonfall's roofs glinted like scattered pearls across rolling fields of lotus and rice. And at the center of it all, mothers and children gathered beneath the white lotus moon, legendary for uniting hearts against any storm. That evening, the village held a final celebration, the Festival of Petal Kind. Lanterns shaped like open lotus blossoms floated upon the river, children danced between willow boughs to the melody of warded flutes, ward keepers reenacted the tale of storm and mirror beneath. Banners of white and indigo. Jade stood on a low stage beside Mei, Aunt Wu, Fa, Brother Yun, Haru, and Master Kenji. Linghua toddled nearby on fumbling legs, placing a lily in each adult's hand. Jade spoke for all. We began this journey to protect a single child born of river and moon. Today, our petals have multiplied into a tapestry of refuge that spans the valley. As long as compassion endures in each heart, no abyssal mirror, no crack of thunder, can break the bond we share. The Lotus Covenant lives on in every parent's love, in every child's laughter, in every home where petals of light rise from the mud. As the first stars winked awake, a gentle breeze carried lily petals across the waiting river, their reflections dancing like 1,000 lanterns on liquid glass. And in that luminous hush, Jade watched Linghua's small face light up with wonder. No matter what storms the world might bring, Moonfall's petals would always bloom undimmed, unbowed, and forever bound by the radiant promise of sanctuary. Title: Lotus of the River Sanctuary. Description: In a secluded valley ruled by cruel decrees against unwed mothers, Scholar's daughter Jade flees her home village with newborn Linghua in her arms. Guided by ancient lotus magic and the unwavering bonds of motherhood, Jade, and her allies Archer Fa, monk brother Yun, and the mysterious silver dove forge a hidden sanctuary called Moonfall. As Lady Mei-ling, a power-hungry noble, marshals mercenaries, dark sorcerers, and poison to seize every river child, Moonfall's defenders bind radiant lotus wards across mountain passes, floodlit orchards, and crystal spring sources. From the hallowed well that conceals infants beneath moonlit waters to final battles at Broken Pine Pass, Jade's compassion becomes the strongest shield. Rallying Silk Grove Village and Northern Light Keepers, she stands against abyssal mirrors and storm-forged curses to protect Linghua and every child without a name. In the end, when storm lightning shatters obsidian shards and Lady Mei-ling's mirror scepter cleaves to dust, only mercy prevails, Moonfall's petals bloom, a promise that no darkness can extinguish. The light of sanctuary.